indoor track and golf teams. Taking multiple AP and honors courses throughout his high school career, Evan aspires to study as an electrical engineer and is a recipient of the prestigious Rensselaer Medal. Evan is a member of the Science Honor Society and is committed to aiding those around him develop a passion for learning. Michael is a persistent and conscientious student who is a member of the National and Science Honor Societies, while also taking a hefty academic course load, consisting of several AP and honors level classes. He aspires to obtain a degree in mechanical engineering in college. Michael is an officer for DECA, captain of the varsity cross country and both indoor and outdoor track and field teams, and has earned recognition at the state level in all three sports.
Good evening, Sharks. My name is Evan Conley.
My name is Michael Killian, and we are the founders of Vizilite.
At the age of 9, I began my first drum lesson, and ever since, I've been in love with music. However, if 8 years ago I had not been lucky enough to have my own instructor, the difficulty in learning the new language of sheet music would have been exponentially greater.
As a non-musician, I've always been fascinated by the complexities and intricacies that come with learning to play an instrument. However, because of the difficulties brought about when learning to read sheet music, I was ultimately deterred away from doing so.
And although I may be experienced now,
In addition, many students suffer from developmental setbacks that make it nearly impossible for them to learn how to understand and read sheet music, and this is where Vizilite enters the picture.
Vizilite is a system of NeoPixel LED rings that are activated at specific time intervals determined through user input given to the Vizilite app, which will be free to install at release. After downloading the app, the drummer will be able to scan a piece of sheet music that he or she is struggling with reading. Once this sheet is then processed into the app, the drummer will be able to select a specific aspect of the sheet music that they wish to be translated to the LEDs. This may be a singular beat, a particular drum's roll in a beat, or the entire sheet itself. For example, let's take a look at Led Zeppelin's infamous New Achilles' Last Stand. If I were to use Vizilite in order to learn this sheet, I would scan the paper and I would then tap on the kick drum bar in order to outline only this drum's notes. By doing so, I'd be sending input to our app, and in return, the kick drum LEDs would be activated. After learning the kick drum rhythm, I would then be able to speed up to the song's official tempo through practicing.
Now, taking a look at the schematics of Vizilite, as you can see, it is fairly simple from a physical perspective, as it is both easily attachable and detachable from either the drum head or cymbal that it may be placed upon.
Vizilite will offer both an exterior clip-on attachment method as well as an interior magnetic attachment method. Some drummers, such as myself, prefer to keep the bottom drum head of their toms on, whereas other drummers who prefer a more harsh, sharp sound to their toms take the bottom off. Therefore, drummers such as myself will prefer the clip-on attachment method that can snap onto the rim, whereas the other drummers who take the bottoms off will favor the magnetic interior version that can slide through the open bottom and attach to the inner wall.
Now, of course, we want to make Vizilite as user-friendly as possible, which is why the wiring component of our device is not intrusive whatsoever. In addition, our Vizilite app is available for both iOS and Android devices, ensuring that as many people possible are able to experience the magic of Vizilite.
Now, some of you may be wondering, how real is this problem?
Evan and I surveyed fellow WHS students and staff members and received over 100 responses. In one of our questions, 56% of respondents stated that they had been turned away from learning how to play an instrument because of the difficulties brought about when trying to read sheet music.
Personally, as a musician, this statistic is absolutely terrifying. However, we know that Vizilite has the legs to run the distance. After asked if our product would prove useful in regards to learning sheet music, 86% of our poll answered yes.
After researching mass production costs, Evan and I determined that a prototype of Vizilite will cost us approximately $50. However, over time, the unit cost of Vizilite will decrease dramatically to approximately $13. And when looking at pricing for similar LED products, Evan and I concluded that $109.99 is the appropriate starting price for Vizilite.
Sharks, the two of us know that music has the capability to not only fulfill, but also save lives.
Help us make the music community a more welcoming and opening one. Help Vizilite welcome all. Thank you.
very interesting presentation.
Thank you.
And I have to admit, being one that's always wanted to play instruments, I can play one hand on a piano, this hand is kind of whatever. I understand what you're doing, and it makes perfect sense as a way of teaching someone how to interpret sheet music. Couple questions. One, first off, what is your ask in dollars for developing the product? I didn't hear, I may have missed it, but I didn't hear it.
Sure. So we are asking for $350, and that will go towards trying to make prototypes, and we're assuming that, I mean, we're going to fail along the way, but a prototype, I think we talked about it in the pitch, we're estimating that each prototype will cost $50.
And if I understood it correctly, all of the LED indicators are wired together, and do they then go to a hub, which then wirelessly communicates with the iPhone or the Android phone?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And so, and the hub would have the batteries plus the on-off.
So originally, we were going to develop Vizilite with a rechargeable battery. However, then we thought, why create the hindrance of having to recharge a battery when if you're using a product in an instructional manner to learn the drums, it's very common that you're going to be near an outlet. So we believe that the more viable option is to have a cord that you could plug into a wall outlet.
So yeah, really interesting presentation. I just want to make sure I understand sort of the different levels of complexity of what you're doing. So from what I understand, there's kind of three aspects of what you have to do. There's an app that's going to scan sheet music
Correct.
on iOS and Android.
Correct.
Okay. There's some amount of LED programming, manufacturing, the actual hardware, harnesses, stuff like that. That's the third piece. And I'm sorry, then the third piece is some sort of feedback provided in the app so that the app actually initiates some communication and it lights the LEDs, but then you have to have a way to make sure that those were the LEDs that were actually lit, and also is the student able to keep up with what you're lighting, right? So that's a separate part of the app, correct?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. So now I understand that. A few questions around that. So do you guys have iOS and Android programming experience?
We do not know.
Okay. Do you have experience with Arduinos, BeagleBones? Yes.
Yep.
So the LED part you got?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Is any part of this going to rely on any type of cloud infrastructure when you scan, when you have to train the different images against sheet music, anything like that?
So are you asking, will it have to compare it to like a database of other sheet music to?
Anything like that you can say, I have this new picture,
Yep.
and someone has to ground truth that. Some musician has to go in and say, these are the spots on the drum.
Understood.
And then eventually you'll have enough of those examples that you can learn different image recognition models that say, this is what the pattern should be.
Understood. So
how are you doing that?
So for the drum set, the sheet music, like I talked about, I would tap on the kick drum bar. So a kick drum note is always going to be on the same bar. So once we program it, if the program detects a note on a location where we'll have to plug it in, then it'll know that to translate to that LED. So there's going to be specific wires. You won't be able to just say like, oh, here's a wire, I'm going to put that one on the snare and that one on the kick drum. It's going to be labeled, this is the snare drum, so you're going to have to clip that to the snare and so forth, so that it knows when it picks up a note on the snare drum line, you make sure that it lights up the snare drum.
So in order to kind of jumpstart this, have you thought of maybe having a pre-existing catalog of sheet music I can download, exists on the app, exists with the control panel, so that while you're starting to develop the scan aspects of things, you already have some way to get feedback? Have you guys thought about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So within each other, we've thought about how the best way is to effectively kind of create our own database of sheet music that's already in there. And
Okay.
we're also saw a lot of value in if I'm trying to play a song that's not already in there, once I do scan it, it's kind of saved in a storage file so that if I'm another kid and I'm trying to play the same song, I can look it up. And because someone else already played it, it's already in our database.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I think what she's getting at is the recognition, the conversion of sheet music to read that with a machine is not as easy as you might think. I mean, that's where the really interesting part is, and you might find that difficult. So if you get the other parts working, I think it would still be an interesting product.
Sure.
So.
Thank you.
Again, being sheet music stupid, that's me. Is it true that when you were showing the music and then the sheet music of the drums, that the cymbals are unique for each element of the drum set? I mean, some of them had a curve with a line through them, some of them had.
Yeah, so a drum will be a solid dot, and then the cymbals, you're right, they're kind of like X's. And just like the drums, like a crash cymbal will be on one line, whereas the hi-hat will be on a separate line. So it'll be able to distinguish between the different cymbals.
And does it also show you or indicate the length of the strike, or?
No, it does not,
Okay.
nope.
Are you using any type of, so what type of feedback control do you envision for if the LEDs are going faster than the person playing the music? Or is it like, so do you guys know, have you guys done feedback controller for robotics?
No.
Okay.
So personally, when I'm drumming and I need to learn a rhythm, the most effective way is to do it way slower than than the song that you might be trying to play. So we obviously don't have a cemented idea on it yet, but we think it's still absolutely valuable if maybe Vizilite, we don't see much value if the snare drum is just flashing on and off with lights.
Sure.
But if Vizilite can still show you the rhythm very slowed down, once you can see that visual aid and understand the rhythm, then you'll be able to speed it up yourself afterwards.
So one suggestion is first start with some sort of what's called rule-based programming, that you just go by very specific barriers. But eventually you really do want to have that user feedback, so different types of PID control or things like that you should learn about.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
And certainly the detection of what the person is playing, so it can correlate whether you're playing it correctly or not, and that could also determine the cadence, so that it could speed up without you actually setting specific parameters.
It's like
of
cruise
rate.
control in your car.
Absolutely.
You have to build that for that plus the auditory aspect of things.
Would it make sense to initially roll it out without the feedback? So that way the drummer is just looking and making sure they keep track of the LED, so they hit the drum device that's lit up.
Absolutely, yeah, that's a great idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Game over.
You just wanna put up on these guns like you the Batman. You just wanna put up in designer with your best friends. You don't wanna talk no more about it in the past tense. Get me on my zone, I'm just talking comfort, shoddy. I ain't give you nothing, you got comfort, shoddy. I got plenty things you make a run for, shoddy. Call him Ed Sheeran, he in love with my body. Get into it, yo. Pop out with a truck, get into it, yo. If you go to church, listen, get into it, yo. Then I just ain't gotta.
They say that the cord is only 24 feet, but is it really?
Let's get ready to rumble! He cannot put his hands on the WWF champion! Spinning heel kick by Jericho! Jericho scores in one side! No! The WWF champion! No way! My God, can you believe it? Jericho! Jericho! Has just beat the
Mr. Berg, did you believe that this was a fair fight?
Nah, it wasn't.
wasn't a fair fight. They said the cord was only 24 feet, and I just don't believe it.
Thank you, Mr. Bergen. Better luck next time.
No problem. There has to be a better way to manage the cord.
Next into the tank is Adam Burke and Zoheb Alvi. Adam is a dedicated and hardworking student, taking many AP and STEM classes in hopes to go to college for mechanical engineering in the Southeast. Outside of academics, Adam has earned the rank of Eagle in the Boy Scouts and plays on 5 varsity athletic teams for the school. Adam has been on 2 mission trips where he has helped build aqueducts in the remote areas of the Dominican Republic. Zoheb is a dedicated student who has taken 6 APs and many STEM classes. Outside of school, Zoheb has started his own mobile car detailing business in Windham and manages a small fleet of rental cars in the southern New Hampshire and Boston area. Zoheb is hoping to go to school on the West Coast where he plans to study business.
Good evening, Sharks. My name is Adam Burke.
And my name is Zoheb Alvi, and we're the inventors of RetractEV. As somebody who works in the automotive industry, I'm sick and tired of seeing these EV charging cords getting left on the ground, run over, and posting as a tripping hazard.
Not only does this ruin a cord, but I am a huge safety police, and this is definitely a safety concern. Plus, we all know electric vehicle owners will buy anything to make their life as easy as possible.
With over 1.5 electric vehicles on the road today and more upcoming, we have created a solution.
RetractEV is the first ever retractable reel cord management system for electric vehicle charging cords.
All our users have to do is simply pull out the cable and plug it into their car. And a simple and light tug will neatly and effortlessly reel the cable back. As we can see from the video, this is a before and after with RetractEV.
Our design allows for 0 stress points on the cord at all times, and our closed design is neat yet functional without wasting any cord length. And our 8-tooth spring allows the user to pick length increments every 5.9 inches.
RetractEV can be used for more than just residential use. With more level 2 charging stations coming to malls and parking garages, we can easily see this being used in a commercial setting as well.
Our design is made with aluminum and powder coat on the outside to prevent from rusting and increasing the lifetime of our reel.
RetractEV can be mounted on both ceilings and walls. For ceiling mount solutions, the unit simply gets mounted on the ceiling, and then thanks to the adjustable stopper, it can be used for both standard 8-foot ceilings and commercial 12-foot ceilings. For wall mount solutions, the unit simply gets mounted on the stud and gets pulled out as intended.
RetractEV is compatible with all electric vehicle charging cords over 15 feet, some including Tesla, Rivian, NIO, and Volkswagen, just to name a few.
As we can see from the chart, there's an astronomical amount of people joining the EV market in the future. While we're still in the beginning stages of the EV market, this is the perfect time to introduce this add-on to every electric vehicle owner's garage.
Some people just don't have the ability to be wrestling the cord, plugging it into their car and taking it out of their car, and other people just don't want the cord to be taking up that much space in their garage.
After interviewing over 150 electric vehicle owners, over 87% of them charge at home, 70% of them would rather have some sort of cord management solution, and 78% of them would much rather have a loadable option.
Our design allows for the user to easily load their pre-existing cord inside of our reel, saving the user time, money, and waste.
All that has to happen is the user just unscrews the 4 bolts, feeds in their cable, and screws it all back together.
With electric vehicles becoming more popular and cheaper, it is important that we keep our price down to keep up with the current market.
But Sharks, this is only the beginning with RetractEV. And there's so many more possibilities of what we can do with it.
One being home link. For example, with Teslas, all you have to do is drive up to your house and the garage door and lights will turn on. We can incorporate this into our product by, along with the garage door and lights turning on, the reel will lower the cord to charging port height, making it even easier for the user to plug in their car.
So Sharks, who's ready to take the next step in electric cars with
RetractEV?
It is without question a great idea, and it is something that there's no question is going to get used a lot. Are you aware that there are multiple companies already offering the same product? One is called Evo Reel, one is something Twitter. There's dozens of companies selling both retractable cords up to 40 feet long and other ones that will help assist in lifting it up toward the ceiling. I was just wondering if in your research you found that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so we did find a couple of different options for something like this. So for the most part, they're actually directed more towards strictly commercial use and outdoor use as well. Where we differentiate ourselves is more for the residential use and for the everyday owners.
Yeah.
And also because it's loadable, that's also where we differentiate ourselves.
Most of these companies offer both commercial and residential versions of the products.
Correct. And the another thing is a lot of them, they're not loadable like our one will be, which means that you can use your own EV charging cord, which is almost a savings of $300 alone.
Okay, that's fair. The other question I have is, what is your ask for developing the product?
We're asking $500.
$500.
For research of cord and also some technology inside involving spring and retractable stuff.
Is your device active, or is it just spring-loaded? You made it sound like it had some active reeling mechanism. Does it?
When I was talking about the home link, how you can drive up and it can lower it, that's like a future possibility, maybe along the line of our product, that's something that we'd be able to do. But as of now, our design is just a spring on the inside, and that's the only way it's tensioned.
So what makes the electrical contact? If you use an existing cord, then you're passing a lot of current through your device. How are you going to make that safe and reliable?
We have issues with heating and also the bent radius. We don't want our cord to be bending. So a few ideas that we have would be putting holes on the outside to keep air flowing through, and also in the future maybe getting really technical and putting water cooling system in there somehow. And that would be something that we'd look into with our product research.
So have you thought about the fact that you need a sliding electrical contact so that is there a plug in the center that you plug your cord, your existing cord into? And so you basically have a rotating outlet in the middle of this thing, or is it something else?
It's something a little bit different than that. So basically, it's simply, so the one end of it is going to come out towards the one end, as we saw from the graphic over there. So the connector end comes out of the top end, and then it basically gets mounted to the wall. And then on the other end, that's going to be where the actual charging connector is, and then that's the part that the user pulls out.
I'm not sure I get that mental picture that you just described.
So did you see our the drawing of it on the board? So we have the inner drum. On the left you see the inner drum, and on the right side you have the outer drum. So that's kind of like the shell. And with the research, we would figure out the best way to have that cord be put into that and be able to use it.
So I think one of the things we're trying to get at is electric vehicles is becoming one of the most highly regulated industries out there. Mm-hmm. So any kind of introduction of anything that may come in contact with the vehicle, may come in contact with any charging station, they're even looking at power over Ethernet issues, it's a really high bar for regulatory people. So we're just trying to say there's probably some EMF issues you're going to run into, and just getting over those hurdles is really expensive. So that's one thing you should keep in mind. The second thing is my understanding is you're targeting retrofitting people that have existing cars that are just want something else.
Correct,
right?
yes.
That's the idea they have. Okay, so that's a reasonable target for right now. Do you think in 1 year or 2 years, given where Tesla is, and more EV companies, they wouldn't see this as a way to have further lock-in with what they do. So, Tesla's famous for that, right? They want everything in their vehicle. The other manufacturers are getting there as well. So do you think there's some sort of asymptote to what you have market presence with, that because in 2 years, Elon's going to have this too, but you just package it with it?
So yeah, I know I've seen some things of him working on like a mechanical system where it's literally a mechanical arm that plugs in the car for you. I'd imagine that's very expensive, along with something that's already preloaded. So our target is kind of like a cheaper version of, not a cheaper version, but a less expensive version of a.
So you think through your market research you found out that people buying electric vehicles are price sensitive?
So he did a poll, and he said the numbers were 87% charge their cars at home, 70% prefer or would like a cord management system, and then 78% of those prefer the loadable option.
And that was so can you tell me more about the data set where you did your sampling?
Yeah, so we kind of just went on to various, Tesla owners' Facebook pages, LinkedIn pages, and we just kind of put some Google Forms in. Again, it's not the most high-tech or most, version, but it gave us a good, sense of idea of, the potential of our product.
Okay.
What do you expect the unit cost to be, and then the selling price?
Yeah, so we're expecting, our first initial prototypes to cost around $100 to make a piece. As, the materials become cheaper, obviously, the market's pretty inflated right now for material costs. We're trying to get them down to around $60 to $70 a piece and resell them for around $200.
Did you say $200?
$200, correct.
One of the products that we had mentioned, the Evo Real, costs $1,300.
Yeah.
So, going back to I think there's something you didn't quite understand in my question, which is that if the cord is in the reel and the reel is spinning, the thing that the cord plugs into has to have a spinning electrical contact, which is not an easy thing to implement at the power levels that you're talking about, because charging an electric car is one of the largest consumers of electricity in your house when you do that.
That's correct.
Had you thought anything about that connection?
Yeah, and what I always think is a lot of great things seem impossible to do, but although this isn't like the next great thing, but it's going to be very hard to do, but I think we can do it with time.
So you haven't thought of any implementations yet?
Not specifically, no. That would be something that we would do to buy like a retractable, like the ones that they use for cords, electric cords or hoses.
Seeing the mechanism that you use
See how they take care of that. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Game over.
One shot, one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted. One moment that you captured, just let it slip. Yo. His palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti, he's nervous, but on the surface he looks calm and ready to drop bombs. But he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. The whole crowd goes so loud, he opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's choking how? Everybody's choking now. The clock's run out, time's up, over, loud. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, there goes gravity. Choke. He's so mad, but he won't give up. Daddies, he know he won't have it. He knows his whole back to these ropes. It don't matter. He's dope. He knows that, but he's broke. He's so stagnant. He knows.
The 19-year-old son was hit and killed by a suspected drunk driver.
And convicted of killing a young couple and their unborn child in a drunk driving crash in 2018, sentenced today to 60 years in prison.
Sadly, it happens too often. This young girl's mother was killed by a drunk driver.
Police confirming Raiders star Henry Ruggs has been charged with DUI resulting in death.
Every day, about 28 people are killed in the United States because of drunk driving.
That's one person every 52 minutes. In 2019, a record low year, over 10,000 people lost their lives.
And at the end of the day, if you save one person from either getting a DUI or crashing because they were impaired, well, you've got a home run. How could you not be thrilled if you saved one life?
A drunk driver, a suspected drunk driver, he was killed by a drunk driver.
Next into the tank is Mason Rice and Henry Carpenito. Mason is a force to be reckoned with in the classroom, as he has taken multiple AP and honors level courses and is currently ranked in the top 20% of his class. Mason is aspiring to go to college in the South as a civil engineering major. Outside of academics, Mason is a varsity athlete on the baseball team, where he is team captain. Henry is a high honor roll student who is in the top 40% of his class and has taken multiple honors classes. He loves working on cars and building things. Henry plans on going to college to become a mechanical engineer.
Hello, Sharks. My name is Mason.
And my name is Henry, and today we are introducing you to the newest innovation in road safety.
We have created a new and improved way of keeping the roads safe from people who are driving while impaired.
One person every 52 minutes dies from drunk driving, and there's over 10,000 deaths every year. In recent news, NFL star Henry Ruggs was arrested and charged with DUI resulting in death. We haven't seen this on the news, but in fact we've seen this happen in our own community. We conducted a survey of over 150 people, and roughly 50% of the people said they knew someone involved in drunk driving, and that 97% of the people would like a device in the community to help stop it.
Despite the severity of drunk driving, society as a whole has not made a large technological push to reduce the number of drunk drivers on the road. We are told to call an Uber, stay the night, call a friend, and so on. However, all these are much easier said than done. Currently, there's only one product that helps prevent drunk driving. However, it's not very popular, and for many reasons.
This is known as an interlock system. In order to get an interlock system, you have to be charged with a DUI. It has to be professionally installed. It's very expensive, and there's only 2 places in the state that do this. For these reasons, it's not popular at all.
DriveSafe is the all-new way in which drivers can prevent themselves from driving while under the influence. The way that our product works is very simple. When the user knows that they have an adult drink or two before they start drinking, they'll put their keys in the box and close it. Then, when the night is done, the user will blow into the device. From there, it's up to the box to determine whether they are able to drive home or not, rather than the decision process of someone who is intoxicated.
We will achieve this by using current breathalyzer technology, an Arduino board, a lithium-ion battery, an electric cabinet lock, and a relay. We estimate the battery life of our product to last around 1 month on a single charge.
The box won't take your breath, and the coating will do one of 2 things. Using a Boolean value, if your BAC reads below 0.08, the box is unlocked and you're able to take out your keys. But if your BAC is a 0.08 or above, the box stays locked.
We estimate our product to cost around $40, and we will begin initially printing in PLA material, and as production goes on, we will start exploring into 3D printing in metal.
We plan on selling the device for $175, giving us a rough profit of $135 per device. This profit margin will only increase as the price for production goes down as a result of mass production.
Mason, what if I were to have keyless start or keyless entry in my car? Wouldn't I be able to just open the door, start the car, and drive off?
Funny that you asked that, Henry, because DriveSafe is actually one step ahead of you. We have found a way to avoid this problem. We plan on lining the inside of our box with RFID block material. This material blocks the transmission signals coming from your keys into your car. This prevents your car from being started and eliminates your potential loophole.
Lastly, we spoke with our local police officers who loved the idea. They said, and I quote, "I think it's something that the community needs. It's another hose on the fire. I think it's a great concept."
Now, Sharks, we need your help. We are asking for $500 to build a working prototype. Thank you for your time, and through the combined efforts of the founders at DriveSafe and the intelligence from the Sharks, we can hopefully bring this idea to life, and as a result, save lives.
want to start by telling you how impressed I am with the research that you did. Because when I first read what the product was, I started digging into it, and I found, Intoxilock product. And I also, it's known that for the last 4 to 5 years, most new cars are sold with fobs and not keys. And the fact that you're blocking the fob from transmitting means you're getting around that possible workaround, which is wonderful. One of the questions that I do have is, are you aware that starting in 2026, all new cars manufactured and sold in the United States must have built into them alcohol analyzers that will not allow you to start the car if it detects a greater than 0.08 alcohol level?
Yes, we were aware of that, but the issue with that is that's in 2026, so that's a long time.
Absolutely. No, I wasn't interrupting. I didn't mean to stop you. I was just nodding, saying,
Okay,
I'm glad that you...
Yeah, so that's
that
definitely
research.
in the future. So from now until whenever people start getting rid of the cars before 2026, our product is very applicable. And like the police officer said, it's just another hose on the fire. There's nothing wrong with adding another device to limit drunk driving.
Now, how large do you envision the box being? Because the person's going to be carrying it around with them.
Yeah, so we would definitely like to try to compact it small enough to fit like in a pocket or a purse. Currently, you can buy breathalyzers that's small enough to fit on your keychain. So like the technology, like the size of the technology, it should be small enough. We should be able to find a way to get it small enough to fit in your pocket.
And do you think most people would be willing to remove all the junk that they tend to hang on their keys or their fobs?
If it's to save their life or others, I believe they would be able to. They would like to do that.
The one other question is how do you encourage people to actually use it? Because buying it doesn't mean they're using it.
I think, again, we just want to, we are hoping that people would be able to put their own lives and other people's lives into the equation and not just be, okay, I just want to go out and drink and drive. We are hoping that people, the sober conscious, will be able to say, hey, I'm going to make the right decision and be this responsible person and put my keys in the box.
So is your premise that once your judgment is impaired, you're no longer capable of deciding to use a breathalyzer as opposed to this device? In other words, someone who has the forethought to buy this device at the same time must also disregard personal safety and get drunk and actually then need to use it. So it seems like those two groups might not be the same. Meaning the person who would buy it is the person who naturally would not drink to excess. And the person who wouldn't buy it is the guy who would get in his car and kill somebody.
Yeah, so again, I'm saying, we're hoping that the people that are not in that group that definitely needs it, those are the people that would probably want more of the interlocutor device where it's required every single time. This is more so for just your everyday person that all it takes is just their first DUI charge and their entire life has changed.
Yeah, I would suggest that a better approach might be, as far as marketing, to get a device like this put on the list of interlock devices, and then you would have a mandate. And perhaps people would prefer that to the current things because the current things require installation and things like that. There are many products that got their start through regulatory mandates as opposed to relying on just free market marketing.
So first of all, I commend you for trying to use technology to address social issues. So very good on that. I think what Doug is talking about is the direction of technology for cognitive and impaired drivers is actually using what we think of as full vehicle. So if you look at the way Tesla's evolving or any new car, there's going to be sensors looking at you now. And so there's a number of startups looking at this regulatory issue that is actually going to try and solve it by first establishing a biometric, right? So that the way people get around interlock technology today is they have someone else blow, they have their kid blow, there's even kits you can buy to get around that. So, but by using an established biometric, which we have with, facial recognition, your eyes, your thumb, something on the wheel, and then assessing cognitive ability through haptic sensing and things like that, that's what we're talking about. There's people who are looking at this regulatory thing and actually building startups to do more cognitive AI type ways to get at this that will become integrated into the vehicle. So one of the questions I have for you is, given your research on interlock technology today and how it worked, how does your product get around some of the things that we're talking about, how people, even if it's, mandated on them, how do they get around it today, and then how would your product address that?
Well, we're just hoping that some person who is non-intoxicated will have the correct judgment not to let an intoxicated person drive, which really isn't the ethical thing to do. If you have someone drunk in the car and you blow into their interlock system and let them drive.
Okay.
You might want to check out, there's a company called the DADSS, and they've been developing a lot of the sensors and equipment that Catherine was mentioning, and they're looking to develop it and then sell it to to other people.
So they're ambient cabin sensors.
Yes.
So they're basically ways that you can detect any type of changes in CO2, any type of what would be differential, components of chemicals in the air. So it's not just for alcohol, it could also be for marijuana. And then with the other sensors, it's actually about cognition. So it could be an elderly driver, it could be things like that. And that's sort of the trajectory that the industry is going in.
Okay.
So what was your dollar ask for your prototype?
We were asking for $500 to
$500.
build a prototype.
And you said your target price was $175.
Yeah, so we
Right,
can.
because you're hoping to make 100 and something. or-
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask how you're going to use the $500?
Yeah, so we're planning on using that $500 to go into testing for a prototype, different materials, electronics. We're going to go through trial and error. We're going to mess up, so we're hoping that that $500 will be adequate enough to make a final working prototype.
Over.
You call me again, drunk in your bench, driving home under the influence. You scared me to death, but I'm wasting my breath, 'cause you only listen to you. I don't relate to you. I don't relate to you, no, 'cause I'd never treat me this. You make me hate this city, and I don't talk about you and me, and never told you anything bad, 'cause I embarrassing you my everything, and all that you did is make me sad. So don't waste the time I don't have, don't try to make me feel bad.
Broken a finger. Odds are you've used one of these.
This is a traditional finger splint, an effective but antiquated solution of broken bones. It is composed of a sheet of foam-coated aluminum that folds over the top and bottom of the finger, and then has to be taped into place.
There are crucial problems with the design.
One of the major problems with finger splints is lack of immobilization and malalignment causing improper healing.
Another flaw is in the necessity of tape. By requiring it to be taped into place, the user is forced to put torque on their injured finger every time that they apply or remove the splint. This causes additional and unnecessary irritation of the finger and further hinders the healing process.
Another issue we find in orthopedic patients with finger fractures are non-compliance related to friction, heat, or discomfort of the splint, causing patients to remove them.
This is a design that has not been modified or improved since 1985, likely because it's so cheap to produce. With the plummeting cost of 3D printing, it is now time to close the door on the traditional model and time to open it for PrintSplint.
Next into the tank is Sam Oakes and Patrick Seaholster. Sam is ranked in the top 25% of his class and has taken a plethora of AP and honors level classes at Windham High School. Outside of academics, Sam is the first two-time captain of the varsity wrestling team. He is a state runner-up, two-time New England qualifier, and three-time national qualifier. Sam plans to attend Sacred Heart University and obtain his master's degree in cybersecurity while competing at the Division I level for wrestling. Patrick Seaholster is also ranked in the top 25% of his class. He is a cross-country runner who ran both a half and full marathon earlier this year and is training to run another 26.2 miles early in the spring of 2022. He hopes to attend the University of Texas at Austin, studying either physics or mechanical engineering.
Good evening, Sharks. My name is Sam Oakes.
And my name is Patrick Seaholster, and we are the founders of PrintSplint.
Our idea is to change the way finger splints are made and worn.
Fingers are the most commonly broken bone in the body, accounting for 38% of all bone breaks. In fact, it is estimated that over 17 million people worldwide break their fingers each year, most of whom require a finger splint to help progress the healing process.
Finger splints have been around for a long time, and while they've always worked well enough, we believe there's a more effective and efficient way to heal broken fingers.
Yes, we do. I first thought of this idea when I fractured my finger earlier this year and decided to design and print my own splint after noticing some flaws in the one I received from my doctor. With the traditional splint, my entire hand was almost unusable thanks to the bulky design, not to mention the terrible smell and the lack of side-to-side restriction that caused the crack in my finger to worsen almost every time that the joint was nudged. I was pleased to find that my initial design worked surprisingly well, and after making some improvements to the build, we believe we have created a more effective splint that we can offer at the same price as the current model. Right now, my partner will bring you a low-resolution print of our splint. As you can see, we have not yet perfected the locking mechanism, but the general design elements are there and intact.
Our design will directly address the problems mentioned in our video by wrapping around the entire finger instead of just the top and bottom, protecting the bone and joint from every angle. It is also thinner and has holes, allowing for more breathability.
Another improvement we made to the 1985 model is that our splint is much easier to take on and off. This is because it consists of two halves that slide into one another around the patient's finger, meaning that you don't have to risk damaging the finger by wrapping and unwrapping the cast. This also makes it much easier to take the splint apart and clean.
At first, we wanted to 3D print a splint for each individual patient. However, we decided against it. With it taking close to 2 hours for each individual splint, it would be too inconvenient for a patient to come in, get their finger fitted, and wait for a machine to make their splint.
Instead, we want to produce 5 different sizes of splints that we can sell individually. While there won't be a one-size-fits-all for any patient, we also plan to include small pads of foam along with each splint that can be inserted in case it's not tight enough. This way, the splint will still restrict the up and down motion of the knuckle while simultaneously wrapping around the entire finger to keep the whole bone secure.
One of the healthcare professionals we interviewed during the design process goes further into detail about the importance of keeping the finger lined during the healing process.
Line is extremely important. The healing process typically takes anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks for most bones, and so if there's any misalignment within the bones during that process, the bones can unfortunately heal in a bad position. So keeping the bones in proper position during the healing phase is extremely important, especially for the first few weeks of the injury. For fingers in general, it's important to have appropriate alignment because when you make a fist, if there's any overlap from rotation of the bones, which may have healed in a bad position, the fingers may not be able to close. And obviously for grip or for certain activities, that's makes it quite difficult to do that. So very important to keep the the finger is in appropriate alignment, especially once it's broken.
The traditional finger splint costs about $4 in a supermarket or pharmacy, and a survey we conducted found that the average respondent would spend as much or more on our improved design. With this in mind, and the fact that the cost to mass produce these splints is so cheap, we decided to match the price of our competitors so that the only factors in the consumer's decision would be the comfort and effectiveness of the splint. Sharks, we are asking for $300 to print our first 20 splints in multiple different materials so that we can find the one that works best with our design.
So Sharks, what do you think about funding the future of finger healing with PrintSplint?
So is a splint something that you typically remove and replace as a user commonly or not? Meaning, are you supposed to put a splint on and leave it on for 6 weeks, or do you take it off when you take a shower and things like that?
So typically, especially with the traditional finger splint, because of the foam, you're supposed to take it off to shower. But with ours, especially if you don't have the foam inserts inside of it, you'll be able to shower with it on, which would obviously allow for just more length of having it with the splint on.
Okay, because the prototype that you've presented here seems like it would be hard to put it on and take it off, since, you know, obviously one hand is immobilized by the fact that it has a broken bone, and the other hand, you know, there's no easy way to disassemble it. It's almost like you need somebody else to put it on and take it off for you.
Yeah, similar question. Your plan is that it would be in two halves?
Yes.
Yes.
And they would snap together, and then do they tape around it to secure it, or how does it stay?
No, we haven't yet perfected the locking mechanism. That's just the general design, or the general elements of the design, but we're hoping with a higher resolution print, we can actually make the locking mechanism come out.
Okay, and to Doug's point, if I'm a righty and I get this put on, in theory, the doctor's putting it on, or I'm buying it at CVS and I'm putting it on myself?
So our idea is that the user is able to take it on and off themselves.
Okay, so again, I'm a righty. I have to be coordinated enough, or this has to be simple enough that using my left hand, which is kind of, you know, does what it wants to do, I can get it on and get it off without injuring my finger further.
Yes.
So first of all, did one of you have your mom in that video?
Yes.
Oaks? Oh, shout out to mom if you're out there, for the mom out here. I always have to do my kid stuff too. So you're saying 5 different sizes because the 2 hours of personalized is too long. What is involved in that 2 hours? And do you think that there's something you could do, like have some standard set of measurements you take pretty quick, a picture with a phone, you know, any sort of thing you could do to really decrease that 2 hours into something that 15 or 20 minutes, doctor takes, you know, think of like when you go to the dentist and you get a crown fitted, right? 15 or 20 minutes, you're in and out, you have a fitting. So I'm just, what are the current barriers and how would you address that?
So the problem we face with that is like taking measurements with like lasers. We thought it would take too long, and obviously the patient wants to get in a splint as fast as possible. So our idea was to produce the splints and then for the user to be able to buy them in a store or at an orthopedic practice when they come in.
So one thing you might want to look at, so if you're doing any gaming or things like that, are RGBD cameras. They're really cheap now. You can attach them to phones, and actually with just a couple of views, they'll give you depth, they'll give you everything you need on your finger, so you could very quickly, in fact, they do that with animals and livestock right now, actually. They understand the size of the livestock just from a few cameras, and they're able to outfit different things. So you might want to look at that, because those are kind of, there's a lot of programs that go right from your phone to take that picture, so you could load that into a CAD program. So that might be one way to get rid of the 2 hours.
Yeah, that's a great idea. One of the main problems that we did have with that, though, is the actual printer upstairs that we have at the school is, it took 2 hours to print the design itself. But if we have a printer that could make the splint at a faster rate, then obviously we could do that, yes.
And then one other thing about the whole project, anytime you talk about medical devices, again, the regulatory process gets really long and very cumbersome. So have you thought about how you would do device qualification or certification? And would that change whether or not you want to have this through a doctor's office versus a CVS?
So we have to do a little more research into that. I think it would be easier to produce and sell them at a CVS or Rite Aid, and it would be a little more tricky to sell them through a medical practice.
Because a good example there is like Dr. Scholl's foot inserts versus, and you can go and get all those magic measurements and stuff versus having to do something through your doctor's office.
Regarding measurements, if you're going to have 5 sizes, don't you need to factor in not only the diameter of the finger, because people's fingers are different sizes, but also the length? So you may have a thin finger that's long, a thin finger that's short, a not thin finger that's long and short. I mean, so I think you're going to end up with several different, a lot more than 5 permutations, because you've got to factor in the length as well as the diameter.
Yeah, that is a good point. That's why we wanted to introduce the small pads of foam, but obviously that wouldn't be enough if it was a huge difference in the diameter. So that is a good point. We might have to do more sizes.
And to Catherine's point, by being able to use a camera to scan, digitize, and then do a quick print, because again, you don't need a printer that is so accurate and is going to use super, super thin filament, because this is going to be used for 6 weeks and then tossed. And if it's, a little bulky, I'll use the term, I don't know what the proper term would be, it's not really going to matter to people. I think what they're going to more care about is what color is it?
Yeah, and I think to that, I think when you go forward, one of the things you should focus on is your material selection. So, an understanding, is it rigidity that's more important, durability, is it, so heat fracture kind of thing, stress and strain, or is it simply just cost, right? So you're gonna want, or speed to print. So you really should have what we think of as kind of a matrix of these qualities and build a heat map and say, this is the sweet spot of where we'd have to be. And the other thing I think, going forward, one of the more important things is really figuring out that locking mechanism. That's one of the bigger impediments that I see.
And with our funding, we also plan on experimenting with different materials. And
Yeah.
I think with your suggestion, the effectiveness of these would be 100 times better if they're custom fit to the finger for the patient.
And I apologize for asking this question, but you had said your ask was $300. You said the cost you're estimating to be $4. And then what do you estimate the target price to be?
So because the current splints are at $4 a piece in supermarkets or pharmacies, we were planning to match those so that the consumer can make the decision just based on comfort.
So the target price is selling price is $4. I had it wrong. And what do you guesstimate your cost to be to make them?
So after we reach 350 splints for a single order, because we use a website to outreach and print the splints and get them delivered here, so that would be 69 cents per splint after 350 splints.
Okay.
Game over.
Please welcome the second performance of the WHS dance team. The dance team members are Adriana Gentile, Alexa Breen, Alexis Fournier, Alicia Russell, Angie Venuti, Ava McGrath, Bella Rafter, Bella Stair, Iniko Taylor, Jenna Hollinger, Jordan Davey, Kaylee Wallace, Caitlin Robinson, Kristen DeMartinez, Leah Favreau, Livy Fee, Mallory Sibley, Natasha Sharma, Sarah Paquette, and Stephanie Wan.
Over, now you wanna come back. shoulder. This time it's not like that, 'cause I know where your heart's at. I know you like to be alone, but hate being lonely. When you see me doing well, that's when you call me. I'm doing fine, don't need you in my life. I guess you're missing me now. Just because you're lonely doesn't mean we go back to the start. Just because you're lonely don't mean that you can play with my heart. Who do you think you are? Just because you're lonely doesn't mean we go back to the start. Just because you're lonely don't mean that you can play with my heart. Who do you think you are?
Come and move that in my direction. So thankful for that, it's such a blessing, yeah. Turn every situation into heaven, yeah. Oh, you are my sunrise on the darkest day. Got me feeling some kind of way. Make me wanna savor every moment slowly, slowly. You fit me, tailor-made, love how you put it on. Got the only key, know how to turn it on. The way you never lie my ear, the only words I wanna hear. Baby, take it slow so we can last long.
Tú eres el imán y yo soy el metal. Me voy acercando y voy armando el plan. Solo con pensarlo se acelera el pulso.
Oh yeah, ya me está gustando más de lo normal. Todos mis sentidos van pidiendo más. Esto hay que tomarlo sin ningún apuro. Despacito, quiero respirar tu cuello despacito. Deja que te diga cosas al oído, para que te acuerdes si no estás conmigo. Despacito, quiero desnudarte a besos despacito. Firmo en las paredes de tu laberinto y hacer de tu cuerpo todo un manuscrito.
Quiero ver bailar tu pelo, quiero ser tu ritmo. Que le enseñes a mi boca tus lugares favoritos. Déjame sobrepasar tus zonas de peligro, hasta provocar tus gritos y que olvides tu apellido.
Si te pido un beso, ven dámelo. Yo sé que estás pensándolo. Llevo tiempo intentándolo. Mami, estoy dando y dándolo. Sabe que tu corazón conmigo te hace bam bam. Sabe que esa beba está buscando de mi bam bam. Me pruebas de mi boca para ver cómo te sabe. Quiero ver con tu amor a ti te cabe. Yo no tengo prisa, yo me quiero dar el viaje. Empezamos lento, después salvaje. Pasito a pasito, suave, suavecito. Nos vamos pegando poquito a poquito. Cuando tú me besas con esa destreza, yo que eres malicia con delicadeza. Pasito a pasito, suave, suavecito. Nos vamos pegando poquito a poquito. Y es que esa belleza es un rompecabezas, pero para montarlo aquí tengo la pieza, oye. Despacito, quiero respirar tu cuello despacito. Deja que te diga cosas al oído, para que te acuerdes si no estás conmigo. Despacito, quiero desnudarte a besos despacito. Firmo en las paredes de tu laberinto y hacer de tu cuerpo todo un manuscrito.
Quiero ver bailar tu pelo, quiero ser tu ritmo. Que le enseñes a mi boca tus lugares favoritos. Déjame sobrepasar tus zonas de peligro, hasta provocar tus gritos y que olvides tu apellido. Despacito, this is how we do it down in Puerto Rico. I just wanna hear you screaming, ay bendito. I can go forever cuando esté contigo.
Pasito a pasito, suave, suavecito. Nos vamos pegando poquito a poquito.
Que le enseñes a mi boca tus lugares favoritos.
Pasito a pasito, suave, suavecito. Nos vamos pegando poquito a
Hasta
poquito.
provocar tus gritos y que olvides tu apellido.
Despacito.
Honey, honey, get the kids in the car now. With the cash in the trunk, get the keys, let's go. Hit the biggest bank in Chicago for all of that. We're the thieves you know. Remember the thing that I told you 3 years, 2 moons ago. Promise I'll be right behind you, but you're gonna die if you don't hit the road. Keep your lights down, keep your voice down low. Wear your head down, whichever way you go, and I'll meet you in Idaho. 3 kids in the back of a caddy. She said, come here and kiss your wife. And I know you're real mad at me. You're on your way to some kind of life. Daniel, John, and Abby promised me you'd treat your mother nice. Keep your lights down, keep your voice down low. Wear your head down, whichever way you go, and I'll meet you in Idaho. I'm barely 50 and coming with me for all the debts I owe. Don't have to kiss me, just bear with me, and I'll be back someday, I hope. And I know you'll miss me, I'm barely 50 and coming with me for all the debts I owe. Kiss me, just bear with me, and I'll be back someday, I hope. Oh, I hope. Oh, I hope.
Baby bet, ayy, couple racks, ayy, couple Grammys on him, couple plaques, ayy, that's a fact, ayy, throw it back, ayy, throw it back, ayy, and this one is for the champion. Ain't lost since I began, yo. Funny how you said he was the end, yo. You know we did it again, yo. I told you long ago on the road, I got what they waiting for. Get your soul, just tell him ain't lay low. You was never really rooting for me anyway. When I'm back up at the top, I wanna hear you say, you don't run from nothing, dog. Get your soul, just tell him that the break is over. Need a couple number ones. Need a pack on every song. Need me like one with Nicki now. Tell her I don't see you, huh? I'm a partner like Peter, huh? I'm queer, huh? But then oh, let's do it. I ain't fall off, I just ain't release my news. I blew up, man, everybody trying to sue me. You call me Nas, but the hood call me Doobie. And this one is for the champion. Ain't lost since I began, yo. Funny how you said it was the end, yo. You know we did it again, yo. I told you long ago on the road, I got what they waiting for. Get your soul, just tell him ain't lay low. You was never really rooting for me anyway. When I'm back up at the top, I wanna hear you say, you don't run from nothing, dog. some. Just tell them that the break is over. My track record so clean, they couldn't wait to just bash me. I must be getting too flashy. Y'all shouldn't have let the world gas me. It's too late cause I'm here to stay and these girls know that I'm nasty. I sent it back to her boyfriend with my handprint on her cheek. City talking, we taking notes. Tell him all to keep making posts. Wish he could, but he can't get close. OG's so proud of me that he choking up while he making toast. I'm the type that you can't control. Said I would, then I made it so. I don't clear up rumors. Ay, where's y'all sense of humor? Ay, I'm done making jokes cause they got old like baby boomers. Turn my haters to consumers. I make vets feel like they juniors. Say your time is coming soon, but just like Oklahoma, mine is coming sooner. I'm just a late bloomer. I didn't peak in high school, I'm still out here getting cuter. All these social networks and computers got these walking around like they ain't losers. I told you long ago on the road, I got what they waiting for. Hold on from nothing, dog. Get your soul. Just tell them ain't laying low. You was never really rooting for me anyway. When I back up at the top, I wanna hear you say, you don't run from nothing, dog. Get your soul. Just tell them that the break is over.
Hello everybody, it's Taryn here. Graduated Windham High School back in 2019, was in capstone cohort number 2 from 2018 to 2019, and am currently a student at Northeastern University studying engineering and computer science. And then outside of class, to give the full rundown on everything else I'm into, I am the director at Envision. We are a startup accelerator that's equity-free for young and underrepresented founders and supporting them in building their companies. In addition to that, I'm also a venture partner at Contrary Capital. We're an investment fund that invests in young builders from all over the country. It's a very fun gig. Happy to dive more into that as well. And then I'm also going to be, and coming into the springtime, the entrepreneur in residence at Northeastern University, so employed by the school to help other builders and students really develop their companies here on campus and be like the ultimate support and contact as their mentor throughout that process. So happy to dive more into all of that. And all of that said, so much of like my start into this fun and exciting world of what it means to be a builder, an evangelist of startups. I really got all of that inspiration from the Windham High School capstone class. That's really where I first learned what it meant to, ideate on an idea, solve a problem with a team, and exercise all of these amazing skills like creativity, teamwork, and more to bring solutions into the world. So kudos to all of you. Congrats on making it here tonight at Shark Tank. It's a very fun event, and my biggest piece of advice is to take as much advantage of everything that you can while you're in the capstone program. It's really a unique, exciting place, and was my whole start to everything that I'm up to right now, and so hope that it can be everything that it was for me, but it can be for you as well. So good luck, everybody.
My father has Parkinson's, and sometimes he has difficulty opening, right, his own pill bottle.
I think I'm not ready for a caregiver yet. I'm just too young for that.
Next into the tank is Taylor Pendleton, Spandana Machaverapu, and John Haga. Taylor is a passionate individual who pursues his interests in and out of the classroom. He is the current Windham Chapter DECA president and holds a state title in the marketing series. He also has professional marketing experience, which he gained through his internship with Leading Indicators Marketing. Spandana is a dedicated student in the top 10% of her class. She is a 3-sport varsity athlete and the captain of the cross-country team. Spandana also has a passion for the environment and hopes to major in electrical engineering. John is a determined student in the top 20% of his class. He has just completed his interviews with both New Hampshire Senators and Representative Custer in the hopes of acquiring a nomination to the Naval Academy. John has been pursuing his interest in aviation through the Civil Air Patrol in hopes to someday be a Navy pilot.
Hello, Sharks. I'm John.
I'm Spandana.
And my name is Taylor. The pill bottle, as it is today, was a revolutionary piece of medical technology when it was first invented. But things have changed since the 1950s. Today, the needs of millions of people are left unfulfilled by the current state of pill bottles. They are meant for those who need pills in order to survive, but they fall short where they're needed most: accessibility.
Some individuals have underlying medical conditions that prevent the standard pill bottle from being a practical option. Conditions like ALS, Tourette's, carpal tunnel, Parkinson's disease, as well as aging, are all inhibitors to those who need medication. Fine motor skill impairment often goes hand in hand with difficult to take medication. Medication like levodopa, a Parkinson's disease medication that comes in a pill that is 9 millimeters in size and is described as needlessly tiny by those who take it.
To solve this problem, we have created the SimPill Bottle. This pill bottle will revolutionize the way that everyone takes pills. And we are asking for $500 to begin production and distribution of our product.
The unique value of the SimPill bottle is that it gives people the opportunity to prolong their independence. Imagine for 1 second that someone you love was suffering from a motor function impairment that turned mundane tasks into Herculean efforts. Of course, you'd want to do anything you can to support them. But the fact of the matter is that long-term, third-party caregivers result in lower life expectancy and high mortality rates. Because of this, many people make the reasonable decision to avoid those services for as long as possible. Our goal is to become part of that quest for independence. If we can help in even the smallest way the people with the aforementioned conditions, we are actively changing the world.
In terms of function, the bottle has 3 parts: a base, a tube, and a lid. The base operates within the tube. When a pill falls into one of the indentations in the base, a rotation causes it to fall into the tube. Then, when the bottle is tilted, the pill is able to fall through the tube and into the mouth of the user. We would also like to note that the lid design allows for easy ingestion and opening while being reasonably complex to prevent small children from gaining access to medication not intended for them.
We did a survey of over 100 adults, and 1/3 said they, a friend, or a relative had trouble ingesting a pill from a standard pill bottle. We were also able to conclude that $30 is the average price people are willing to pay, which is why we intend to charge $30 for the SimPill bottle. Now, with our current means of production, we can produce the bottle for $5. To do so, we will use polypropylene because it is food safe, affordable, and comes in translucent options. 1 roll of polypropylene will cost us $50, of which we will make 10 SimPill bottles. That means if we charge $30 for our SimPill bottle, we will profit $250 per roll of polypropylene.
From there, we will produce the SimPill Bottle to order. This will help us cut down on the risk of waste. In the likely event that demand exceeds supply, we plan on outsourcing to one of the many nearby 3D print forges in the area. This will allow us to keep up with production demands while also ensuring quality for all of our consumers.
Through this process, we can guarantee that we will be able to ship customers' orders within 3 days of ordering. This is where a majority of our financial ask comes from. The rest will be put towards advertising, setting up our online ordering portal, and creating customer service features. Your investment will be the first step in revolutionizing the way that everyone takes medication.
Sharks, I'm sure you understand that we've come to you today with something incredible. We are asking for $500 to put towards the benefit of millions of people. So now we humbly ask you to help us change the world.
So I have to apologize. I got so fixated on the sample that you gave me, looking at how it works by rotating it. And I noticed that on this one, it looks like it would hold 3 sets of pills. Is there a limit to how many?
Yeah, so the idea is that you would open up the lid and load the entire the bottle with pills, and then when you rotate it, 1 pill will fall into the hole, and that's what will end up in the tube.
Okay.
So I actually have some experience working with dispensing things like this. And I suspect you would find that you would often jam multiple pills in your little tray, and you'd end up cutting them by accident and things like that, and it would jam. And then the person is kind of blindly taking these, and they would end up, misdosing, because these cavities are large enough for many pills if they're small, and less than 1 pill if they're large. So how would you address that problem? I like the general concept, I think, is good, but I think the implementation, there are a lot of little details in there that are hard to actually perfect.
So I'm actually really glad you asked that. We actually have solved that in 2 ways. But firstly, the base, which you can see, you took it apart, you saw that there's 3 different pills. We can change the hole size in which those pills fall in. That current one is made for a sugar pill. We tested it, it did work. The only reason we didn't give you the sugar pills today is because of the risk of COVID. Obviously, we didn't want to give you any food products. Additionally, the main compartment will be made out of polypropylene, which comes in translucent options. This will also ensure that pills are taken safely, as the consumer will be able to see that they're only taking 1 pill at a time.
Okay, I think this mechanism is still troublesome. I think you would find that if you tried it. I would be surprised if you can make an implementation like this that doesn't suffer that problem.
Actually, I'd love to have you test it at some point.
Okay.
Yeah, so how do you compare this to the way some of us are already solving this for our parents just by using PillPack? So the way that we did this was to avoid everything like that. We introduced my parents to PillPack, and even though it may only be for 1 pill, the convenience of, first of all, addressing both their, sort of physical as well as cognitive handicaps, so they only have to think of 1 thing. And then also, it's just online, it's got a whole bunch of other things that go with it. So how do you compare what you're doing? Is it just for patients that don't want to use PillPack, they just have standard pill bottles, or how do you address that, and what do you think your specific market is?
So we've actually sunk a ton of research into PillPack, and in terms of market, John can handle that in a moment. But when it comes to PillPack, obviously I'm sure you know that they come in the bag with a single pill that needs to be opened. In many cases, we've gotten feedback that becomes troublesome, in that it's hard to actually take the pill directly out of it, or it's hard to open it. And we know that's not the case for all consumers, but for many, that's the feedback that we've gotten. In the survey that we mentioned, many people have difficulty, not just with normal pill bottles, but just in general, ingesting the pill, which is what we help with.
So you think that for a person that can't open a perforated plastic piece, this is easier, doing the twist and turn?
The feedback we've gotten has shown that is true in many cases.
Okay.
You actually asked my question. Because given that you can now order online, single pills are a combination of pills, all the pills you're taking that day into the pill pack. And I believe that it won't be that much longer before they realize they need to make easy open packages. You know, that will just, you take your finger and you poke a hole in it and the pills come out. I think it's a great idea, I really do. I'm just concerned about, as Doug said, the pills getting jammed up inside and the number of small bottles of pills you can actually put in it and still make it manageable for the user.
In terms of it jamming, we discussed having different bottoms. So the user would select what medication they wanted to use the bottle for, and then that would be the bottom that would be put in. And that would be specifically designed for the pill type that the user wants.
But it's not uncommon that people are taking multiple pills every morning, and so they would have to have...
Our product itself is designed for those who have difficulty like picking up pills from their hands and putting it into their mouth. Yeah.
I understand that, but I'm saying, but they often take more than one. They take, I mean, I take just vitamins, but I take 4 vitamins every morning, and I just pour them down my throat. I don't pick them up. I toss it down with, you know. But again, it's a nice possible solution to the problem. It's just you don't want to cause more problems for the people that are, you know, have motor difficulties, you know, motor.
Okay, so in many ways, we have found that having multiple of these is effective in helping people with severe forms of motor function impairment, and not just prolonged chronic ones, essentially people who have carpal tunnel or are recovering from a hand, shoulder, arm injury, or surgery rather. As we've gotten feedback that it would be helpful for them. And additionally, we have tested this prototype in particular. Obviously the lid is not completed. It is not sufficiently complex at the moment, but it has worked in all of our tests with multiple sizes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Of course. Actually, I'll ask while I have the minute. The $500 is going to be used for you to 3D print some various prototypes of sizes and mechanisms, I assume, then you can test.
Yeah. So actually our prototype, as you can see, is 80% of the way there. We actually plan on using the funding to take the next step. First of all, obviously the child-proofing is a major concern for us, both ethically and liability-wise. Going forward past that, the patenting process is not only lengthy, but expensive. So that is a goal for us. The funding will help start that process. Additionally, developing a website that allows people to just select their medication and then have it done for them is not cheap or easy to do. And while we do have some experience in that regard, we would definitely need help that would be costly. So that's where part of it goes. And then also advertising, as I'm sure you know, is very much not cheap.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Game over.
Hey yo, look like I'm going for a swim. Dunked on him, now I'm swinging off the rim. Jay coming off the bench, while I'm coming off the court fully drenched. Here goes some hater rain, get your thirst quenched. Style on him in his Burberry trench. These birds copy every word, every inch. But gang got the hammer and the wrench. I pull up and I $250,000 off the lot. Oh, now she trying to be friends like I forgot. Show off my diamonds like I'm signed by the rock. Ain't pushing out his baby's telly by the rock. Hey yo, I been on, you been con. Bentley tints on, Fendi prints on. I mean I been on, X-Men been on. He keep on dialing Nicky like the prince on. I been on, you been con. Bentley tints on, Fendi prints on. Hey yo, I been on, Laura been Croft. Play say Chang Lee, drop the bins off. Oh, I get it.
Tonight, chaos in Austin, Texas.
From the hospitals, we're hearing that there are at least 20 casualties.
Tonight, new body cam video showing the chaos in Times Square after a gunman turned the crossroads of the world into a crime scene. 3 people shot, including this little girl. Watch as an officer applies a tourniquet, lifts her up, and rushes her to a nearby ambulance.
1 minute. Keep talking to her for press only one. I'm going to sit down and finish how many, okay? He's not shooting at the red. Okay, I got to keep that pressure, sweetheart.
Next into the tank is Kyle Trend and Mason Pfeiffer. Kyle is a driven STEM student who is in the top 1% of his class. He will have taken a total of 10 AP courses at Windham High School, has leadership roles in 5 clubs, and is the recipient of the Columbia University Book Award. Kyle is also the president of the National and Science Honor Societies, co-president of Mu Alpha Theta, and a member of the French Honor Society. He plays soccer and volleyball on the varsity and club level and aspires to pursue a career in civil engineering. Mason has achieved high honors all 4 years in high school and is ranked in the top 10% of his class. Aside from excelling in 8 AP courses, he is also a part of the Science, Math, and National Honor Societies. Mason has played varsity soccer all 4 years of high school, becoming a captain his senior year, and helped bring home the first ever Division I state soccer championship. This dashing bachelor has recently picked up origami in his free time. In post-graduation, Mason plans to pursue a degree in mechanical engineering.
Hi Sharks, my name is Kyle Geschwend. And I'm Mason Pfeiffer. And we are the founders of PressureWrap.
Every year in the United States, approximately 8 million people suffer open wound injuries that require ER visits, 60,000 people die from hemorrhaging, and of the 115,000 gun violence victims, 38,000 of which perish due to their injuries. PressureWrap is an innovative solution which aids first responders in treating trauma wound victims with excess bleeding.
When dealing with a severe wound, the first step is to properly assess the situation. According to medical professionals, there are 2 primary courses of action: applied bandages and applied pressure. PressureWrap is a fusion of these 2 methods, applying constant pressure to an open wound.
As shown on screen, the skin side of our air bladder is lined with a replaceable bandage that makes direct contact with an open wound to absorb initial bleeding. The sanitizable air cuff is wrapped around an appendage and then velcroed shut. This cuff comes in 2 sizes, one for arms and one for legs.
The inflator is attached to the air bladder valve. The desired pressure is selected and inflation begins. Within seconds, the PressureWrap will lock into place. The desired pressure is selected by the medical professional on scene based on the location of the wound and the size of the individual. The pressure is displayed on a small screen, and there is a pneumatic safety release if necessary.
In emergency situations, first responders must be able to adjust to a multitude of variables, especially in volatile circumstances with potentially fatal injuries. PressureWrap acts as a second set of hands to address extremity wounds, allowing medical professionals to turn their attention elsewhere on scene.
As seen on screen, similar to a sphygmomanometer, air is injected into the air bladder using an inflator. Our inflator consists of a 6-volt, 120 kPa air pump, a 9.6-volt, 3 amp-hour rechargeable battery, pressure gauge, microcontroller, pressure display, and pressure controls. This product can save numerous lives and has countless applications. Don't believe us? Listen to the medical professionals.
So typical procedures, you always treat the patient, not the wound, because there could be something else wrong with them that you're not aware of, things that you can't see. When you're just trying to control somebody's bleeding or prevent somebody from dying, it's hard to think of all those other things. So when you can do that and sit back and then reassess, that's a good thing.
I think in any situation where you're trying to help multiple people, I mean, it's one more pair of hands, so to speak.
We can continue working and assessing the patient, knowing that that hole is plugged, so to speak.
I think it would be great to have here for emergency uses in our emergency backpacks that we carry.
I can see it not just like on an ambulance or something like that, like they can use that in emergency room, they can use that in surgical rooms.
I think it would be a great life-saving tool.
At PressureWrap, we are inspired to help people, and our product has the potential to revolutionize the trauma wound response action. With over 5,000 emergency rooms, 200,000 emergency vehicles, and 135,000 schools, we estimate that there's a need for at least 2.5 million PressureWraps across the country. With an estimated combined retail price of one inflator, arm, and leg wrap coming in at $175, assuming we can reach 10% of our market, that gives us a total projected market value of $45 million.
Sharks, today we are asking you for $250 to help cover testing, development, and material costs in the creation of our PressureWrap inflator and custom air bladder. Let's work together to make a difference in the medical industry. The pressure is on.
So I think it's a really good idea, I really do. A couple questions. One is, have you given thought to, as you use as an example, the blood pressure cuff, and use a hand pump to pump it versus worrying about having batteries charged in the inflator and everything else, which then makes it a lot more portable and easy?
So yeah, our main drive here at PressureWrap is to create an automated solution so that the medical professionals don't have to worry about the amount of pressure that they're giving to the patient at one point in time.
But a gauge wouldn't give them that information, meaning they pump till the gauge shows.
Yeah, so we're going to have a pressure gauge that measures that, and we won't be using a pump, we'll be using that air inflator.
Right, right. I'm just looking at not having to worry about the EMTs when they get back to the station, to remembering to recharge the pump, the compressor.
So one main issue with that is when you're inflating using the bulb that you would use on a sphygmomanometer, it's hard to get to a very specific pressure, which is something that we're looking to do using our automated system. And when you're dealing with a trauma wound that needs a very specific amount of pressure so that it can constrict the bleeding and prevent more bleeding, while also not applying too much pressure that will cause permanent damage to the area, that specific number is something that's hard to do using a handheld system. So by automating that, we're able to provide the best service for the victim at hand.
Okay, and the inner lining, the bandage part of it, that is removable and replaceable?
Yes.
Within the cuff?
Yeah. Okay. So that bandage is not going to be included with our with purchasing our product. That bandage can be any bandage that a regular EMT or paramedic may have in their bag. That way, they don't have to worry about using our specific bandage, and it will allow them a much more easy access.
And we found that the bandages naturally adhere to a Velcro type material, so that'll be a super easy way to line the inside of it.
And it's the bandage that has to be sanitary more so than the cuff itself, right?
Yeah, we just wanted to include both, so that way there was no mix-up of blood types, and et cetera.
Thank you.
So is this really a tourniquet or is it a bandage?
It's a combination of the two.
Because a pneumatic tourniquet does exist.
Right.
So you're differentiating this product from that by adding the bandage, essentially?
Exactly, yes.
So I'm still a little, so the value of your product is a specific pressure and hands-free, right? Those are the pain points you're addressing, right?
Yes.
Okay. So specific pressure type things and hands-free, I was going to say the same thing as Doug. Those exist, right? And so what I'm trying to understand is it that you're improving not just the bandage part, but is it like a time to deploy advantage, that you're going to have tighter safety margins in your product because, is it that you have fewer points of failure, for instance? Like that would be an advantage. If you could produce this with fewer points of failure than what exists today, then you're potentially reducing, you know, any problems in the field or things like that. So I'm really trying to get at what pain points are you addressing that isn't addressed already today?
So when you're using a tourniquet, you're kind of just pulling it tight and assuming that that's a good pressure to use. The difference here is that with our inflator, we would have a little matrix that's actually on the inflator based on a combination of several characteristics, including like the location of where the wound is, whether it be arm or leg, as well as the side of an individual from a young child to...
And the EMT has to program that on the fly.
So there'd be something on, like a sticker, for example, on the actual inflator where they would just like move their hand and find that exact pressure, and they would then hit the button on it several times to adjust the pressure to that specific pressure, and then hit inflate. And then for arms, it takes approximately 4.5 seconds to inflate, and for legs, it takes about 10 seconds. So this is a very quick solution to that problem.
And so is the loss of life or limb, or things we call morbidity and mortality, is that related to a specific pressure, or is it related to not having the constriction in time, or is it not, or just not having a device? Do you know what the kind of, again, what are these pain points that you're solving? Is it just that if you have a specific pressure, you're going to do much better saving lives? I mean, is that a statistical thing you can show?
It is not a statistical thing we can show. It's more anecdotal, but we did find in our research that typically if you over-tighten a tourniquet, it can cause damage to muscles, nerves, and even scar skin.
Another thing also is that Mason has an anecdote story where he was using just a bandage specifically with no pressure wrap or no like specific amount of pressure applied that he can share also.
Yeah, I was recently a passenger in a rollover motor vehicle accident in which my arm was torn open and I began to bleed profusely, and the EMT wrapped me with an Israeli bandage, which locks in place with a belt mechanism. And in the heat of the moment, I wasn't applied with the proper pressure, so my arm, while not completely fatal, did continue to bleed for an extended period of time.
But it had no long-term effects, did it?
No, it did not. But
So-
sorry, go ahead.
So my only point is, so when you start to do medical kinds of things like this, you know, the place you should start to go is doing some true, you know, looking at like NIH, you know, your specific area of medicine, go into their research logs, look at papers, you know, get into those things to see, because you really need to say, is it a specific pressure issue? Is it something that what we have today with the, you know, tourniquets available, whether manual or pump, like what is it specifically that you're addressing as that pain point? And then what is that really, really important advantage that you're getting to with your product?
Right. So one thing that you are supposed to do when you have a severe wound like this, and often when there's one wound that is a severe, there's a possibility of there being others on the body, on the main torso. So another advantage of PressureWrap is that it's able to apply this pressure that traditionally you'd have seen by pushing on the wound like so, or by using a tourniquet, of which both are not exactly accurate and can't be done to a precise spot. Whereas with PressureWrap, it's able to quickly act as a second set of hands, take care of an extremity wound to prevent it from worsening, and maybe if there is a wound that is having blood loss, and this wound doesn't have any more blood loss, that can be a real difference maker in saving that patient because of their other wounds as well.
I would think that you couldn't use a simple chart to determine what the pressure is. You would need to assess whether you had stopped the bleeding sufficiently or not. So I'm not sure I see the advantage of this over a manual bulb inflator.
Are you referring to like specific pressure ranges that we would use on certain individuals?
Yeah, the pressure you need to stop bleeding is probably very person dependent, because to a large degree it's a function of blood pressure if nothing else, and that's very variable, especially, you know, spur of the moment.
And that's something,
an accident, it could be very high or it could be very low.
We're looking to research more with medical professionals should we receive funding to continue.
Just
Game over.
I just had a quick one. Your ask was $250. Did I understand correctly that the unit cost you're estimating to be $175?
That would be our retail price.
Retail, okay, so, and what do you estimate the cost to be?
For the production of our inflator, we have it at about $30, and then for the arm and leg wraps, it's $2 and $3 respectively.
A good model for the price would be a blood pressure monitoring thing, because that has essentially all of the components.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope the guy decides to talk through if the people decide to walk with them, regardless of pitchfork, cosigns, I'll jump. Make sure the sound man doesn't block the drums. Let the snare knock the air right out of your lungs, and those words be their oxygen. Just breathe, amen. Regardless, I'ma say it. Felt like I got signed the day that I got an agent. Got an iTunes check, man, I'm pairing. About damn time that I got it in my basement. About damn time I got around the country and I hit these stages. I was made to slay them. 10,000 hours, I was so damn close I can taste it. Also Malcolm Gladwell, David Bowie meets Kanye. This is dedication. A life lived for art has never been life wasted. 10,000. 10,000 hours felt like 10,000 years. 10,000 hours, they carry me. 10,000 hours felt like 10,000.
Have you ever needed to elevate a part of your body due to injury?
I know I have.
And isn't stacking pillows just plain annoying?
I wish I had more elevation, but stacking pillows is just plain annoying. And it's so difficult to move your leg under a blanket when it's injured and you can't lift it.
Hey Nick, time to wake up.
I hate having all these pillows in my bed, but I need them to help stretch my neck in the morning.
Oh, and trust me, young people aren't the only ones who have this problem.
Hey Sheila, can I try that pillow, please?
Sure. Okay, you want me to lift your leg?
No. I just wish it was a pillow that, just right, from the bottom. If only we had a solution.
Luckily, these two extremely attractive young men do have a solution, and it's called the PropPillow.
Next into the tank is Dylan Goulas and Nick Orsiani. Dylan is in the top 3% of his class and has taken myriad AP and honors classes. He participates in many clubs, holding leadership positions as Vice President of Student Council, National and Science Honor Societies, and DECA, and he has received the Frederick Douglass and Susan B. Anthony Award in Humanities and Social Sciences from the University of Rochester. He plays club and varsity soccer, on which he is a captain. He hopes to attend college and pursue economics, computer science, and entrepreneurship. Nick the Muscle Man Orsiani stands in at an astounding 5 foot 10 inches, 160 pounds, and is among the top 13% of his senior class with a 4.1 GPA. He is involved in 9 school organizations, including Student Council, Model UN, National, Spanish, and Science Honor Societies, and DECA, where he is Vice President. Nick has also taken many STEM, AP, and honors courses throughout his high school career that have directed his future as a mechanical engineering major.
Good evening, Sharks. My name is Dylan Goulas.
And I'm Nick Orsiani,
And we are the founders of PropPillow. We are on a mission to increase the convenience of elevating parts of the body for whatever reason, whether it's for sleep, comfort, or physical therapy.
By show of hands, how many of you have needed to elevate and use some sort of extra pillow?
We recently thought of this idea as I suffered a knee injury playing soccer. I've had several injuries over the years, ranging from sprained ankles to calf surgery and most recently knee surgery. And one of the most important parts of recovery, as I've come to learn, is elevation. While I know this is a crucial part of recovery, I'd often find myself slacking and not elevating due to the difficulty and annoyance of having to stack pillows under an injured body part or just being physically unable to move and get enough pillows for the elevation to even feel worth it.
That is why we created the PropPillow. It's like any other pillow, but can be inflated to multiple levels at the push of a button.
Our design uses a portable mini air pump connected to a Probe Mini Arduino microprocessor and solenoid valves to control the flow of air into separate air bladders. A control panel connected to a tube would allow users to adjust the pillow and select the level of elevation desired. Each bladder has a hose that will have an air pressure sensor embedded in each hose. This pressure sensor will read the air pressure in each bladder and allow the microprocessor to know whether it needs to inflate or deflate depending on the user's request. This would all be embedded in a typical pillow molding filled with polyester, allowing our pillow to have the same comfort and malleability as a typical pillow. We've set up a demonstration to help visualize the inflation process of our product. As you can see, we have a portable air pump connected to a valve, which is then connected to a bladder. The valve in this demonstration serves as a solenoid valve, allowing us to control the flow of air either into the bladder to inflate or out to deflate.
Our design uses a 3600 milliamp hour battery, allowing for 60 minutes of pump time. Our airflow is said to be 2 liters per second and will fill the bladder in less than 10 seconds, only consuming 13 watts of power. At this rate, our consumers will be able to inflate the pillow 530 times on a single charge.
As I'm sure you know, the most cost-efficient way to purchase parts is by ordering in bulk. We've calculated that by doing this, we could decrease our costs by as much as 75%, giving us a cost per unit of $17.85. We calculated this through our research on distributor sites such as Alibaba and AliExpress.
With the manufacturing cost of $17.85, we will charge our customers $99.99, achieving a 5-to-1 price-to-cost ratio. According to our survey of over 150 people, 70% said they have needed to elevate due to injury, and 70% sleep with more than one pillow. Similarly, 1 in 3 people find it annoying to maneuver multiple pillows, and 80% said they would benefit from the use of our PropPillow. To place ourselves correctly in the market, we researched various types of pillows, such as inflatable, normal, and Tempur-Pedic, ranging from $16 to $110, based on things such as features, comfort, material, and size. Because our pillow is multifunctional and offers a unique, customizable feature, we believe our $100 price tag is justified.
Furthermore, the health benefits offered by the PropPillow's physical therapy capabilities would allow our customers to claim it under their health insurance policies, as we believe our product could help speed recovery and allow users to return to work sooner.
To achieve our goal of a working PropPillow prototype, we are requesting $200 from you wonderful sharks.
So, would you like to join us on our mission to provide the world with a better, more versatile pillow?
That will not only redefine the way we think about recovering from injuries, but make sleep more customizable and comfortable for everyone? Thank you.
So, a couple of questions. Very good presentation, first off.
Thank you.
Is the pump integrated within the inflatable pillow itself, or is it a separate?
No, so it's not included in the pillow itself because we thought that would not be comfortable for the user. So it would be on the control panel where the user adjusts the inflation, which then connects to the tube and would inflate the pillow.
So are you at all concerned about the fact that the pump is here, the pillow is here, there's a connection between the two of them, that the person gets tangled up in it as they tend to move around a little bit?
Well, our idea is to make the tube long enough so that it could drape off the side of the bed and then back onto like a nightstand.
But it's not uncommon for people to, even with injuries, to move or rotate, and they may in fact get it hooked, or somebody walking by might get hooked on the tube. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, that's a great point. We haven't really thought about that too in depth, but I'm sure as we were to do more research and develop our product, we could think of something to fix that problem.
And then what you show is the casing around the pillow. Is that removable and washable?
Yes, so it would act as like a pillowcase. You could take it off, wash it, do whatever you want with it, and then all the technology and the bladders would be in its separate chamber, and then you'd be able to just slide that back on.
And the level that the patient, the user, inflates it is based purely on their comfort level, I assume.
Correct.
Yeah.
And just to add to that, the pillowcase is also made out of like a spandex material, so when it inflates and deflates, it'll conform to the shape that the pillow is taking.
So I'm trying to understand your route to market. So you made a comment about health insurance. Is your real route to market to get some, initial revenue and things like that? Is it going directly to the consumer? Is it going to healthcare professionals? Is it a very specific type, like physical therapists? Is it long-term care facilities? Or like, what is your specific route to market for any type of initial launch?
Great question. So, like you said, there's several options, so we see it as a big market. We think that we could either do physical therapy or direct-to-consumer. We're not going to constrain ourselves to just one or the other. And the health insurance aspect of it is, through our research, we found that most health insurances will cover rehabilitative products or services, so we believe that our product would be able to be covered under that.
Yeah, usually you have to get them certified for that purpose.
Right,
So-
and that's what would come in the manufacturing process, and if we are funded, that's what the money would go towards,
So,
some of it.
so my only comment is, it's sometimes when you have so many purposes for something, when you're starting out, you might want to narrow that to get that initial route to market and focus on, most promising revenue stream rather than having the wide net sometimes.
All right, that's a great point. Thank you very much.
And-
We'll be sure to take that into consideration.
Is it all right if I ask
moving
you
forward.
which direction you think would be more profitable, of either the direct consumer or through like PT places and long-term
So
care
only
facilities?
because anytime you want to attach something directly to a healthcare system, or again, the time goes astronomical versus having it more as a convenience item for, weekend warriors that know that they just got to elevate their, leg or something like that, or people that just want to sit in bed and want to be able to read better, right? Like, I think that might be a better initial target than necessarily trying to have to rope in the entire healthcare industry.
Thank you, I appreciate the advice.
As Catherine just said, it actually makes, to me, a lot of sense for those people that want to read in bed, watch television in bed, then push a button and their pillow goes back down again to normal sleeping mode. So one question would be, will it support pre-programmed pressure levels? So you could just push the button once and it goes to what I'll call sleeping height versus reading height versus watching TV height.
Yeah, so that's a great question. In our video that you saw, we showed Nick putting the pillow
that's
behind his
why I
neck.
asked, right.
And the set level, like you mentioned, we're thinking of having maybe some sort of sliding device where if you like it, it could inflate to a certain level. If you like that, you could press a button that would save it. So then if you wanted to move up to watch TV or read a book, you could hit that button, it would elevate, and then hit the button again and deflate.
So the bladders you're using, are they elastic or are they more rigid? Meaning, to bring the pillow to a known volume with pressure sensing is going to be quite difficult if the bladders are non-stretchy. And yet, for some purposes, you would prefer a bladder that is not stretchy. So why did you decide to measure pressure as opposed to metering volume when you're inflating?
So we thought that measuring pressure would be the best way to prevent, say, a bladder from popping or something along those lines. So we would use the pressure sensor to be able to measure what the max is per bladder, and then the microprocessor will be able to go from there.
And so do you have an active way of deflating, or how does it deflate?
So the same way it inflates, the solenoid valves will be powered and then open to let the air flow in. When you want to deflate it, they'll open again, but there will be no air coming in, so they'll just travel through the path that the air came in and go back out the air pump.
Okay.
Could you just clarify your target price and the unit cost? Because what I saw on the slide and what you said in my head didn't match.
So the manufacturing cost is $17.85, and we're planning to charge $99.99 to our consumers.
Okay, so what was the 53.55 that was up there on the slide?
So the 53.55 was what we see our minimum price as being to achieve a 3-to-1 price to cost ratio.
But we're going for a 5-to-1. That's just like if our consumers weren't taking to it, and we could fall back to a 3-to-1 price to cost ratio.
Okay, thank you. And the $17.85 includes everything?
Yeah, all the materials that were...
Everything, the pump, the hoses?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And are you planning on selling it in different sizes? I mean, so like a person's using it on a king-size bed versus a queen-size bed versus a twin bed, or there's two people in the bed versus one.
We're originally hoping to develop just one size, because if you're using it for elevation for your legs, you don't want a pillow too big, because then it gets difficult to put under a blanket or move around while you're using it. And similarly, if you want to use it to sleep on, having a super big pillow would, for the same reasons, be cumbersome.
It does seem that the bladders would really constrain the shape, so that if you wanted a different shape, is there any way that you can do that? Or I think that's why Kenny was asking if there would be different models, probably to address that issue.
So when we were considering our initial design, we were thinking of putting like 2 bladders on the side and then a larger one in the middle, so that if you wanted some sort of concave shape, you could inflate the sides more and the middle less. And if you wanted a convex shape, you could do the opposite, inflate the middle more and the sides less, to achieve like a modular.
Just as Doug was saying, if you're putting it on your leg and you don't want your leg to be moving, if it could in fact curve, so the outsides are higher than the center, so to keep your leg from moving, that would be very helpful.
That's why we plan on using polyester, so that you would be able to move the contents around a bit. So if you had your leg, it wouldn't just be the bladders, then the pillowcase. So you'd have some sort of malleability to the pillow.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Anytime I see you, let me know. But I can't see, just let me go. I'm on my knees when I'm begging, cause I don't wanna lose you. Hey, yeah, la, 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 cause I'm begging.
Are you ever old and have trouble taking out your trash? Are you ever on vacation and have trouble taking out your trash on time? Do you ever not have the energy to take out your trash because you are lazy?
Do you own a teenager who says they will do it, but they don't, and you have to wait until the next week to do it yourself?
TrashCan does it for you. TrashCan does what you can't. The convenience of TrashCan makes your life easier.
It'll make our lives better because we won't have to take out the trash in bad weather.
No more waking up to the sound of the garbage truck, realizing you forgot to take out your trash. The team at TrashCan has an innovative solution.
Young age, he has had a natural instinct for looking at things with business and efficiency in mind. He's recently mastered alpine skiing and is always looking for ways to improve himself. This year, he looks to pick up wrestling and see how far he can go. A Thomas Jefferson quote he holds closely is, "I'm a great believer in luck, and I find the harder I work, the more of it I have." Jocelyn has had great curiosity for how things work and has been involved in engineering programs most of her high school career. She has been in the CTE program and hopes to continue studying in a technology-based major in college. In her free time, she is involved in music and competes on the high school swim team. A motto she follows is, "Success means doing the best we can with what we have." Success is a personal standard, reaching for the highest that is in us, becoming all that we could be. Zigzag.
Hi, Sharks.
I'm James,
And I'm Jocelyn.
and we are seeking $600 for our product,
TrashCan. Sharks, we know you have been there. It's early in the morning. You are lying peacefully in bed until you hear that familiar engine noise. The garbage truck. With a sudden panic, you realize you've forgotten to take out your trash. So now you have to find a place to store it until next week when the garbage truck comes again. What an annoyance.
The next day, you decide to come up with a better solution. Have your kids do it. You tell them to take out the trash before the truck comes again. Luckily, your kids are trustworthy, right?
Wrong.
While your kids may have the best intentions, they end up procrastinating taking out the trash and forget to do it altogether. Sharks, now you have 2 weeks worth of trash built up with nowhere to go. Flash forward 30 years. You're crocheting a scarf for your niece or nephew when you remember one vital piece of information. You forgot to take out your trash. At least you remember this time, right?
Wrong. Sharks, time has taken a toll on your body, and your icy driveway has made this once easy task turn into a dangerous and possibly life-threatening one. Luckily, Sharks, we have a solution.
TrashCan. TrashCan looks to solve the problems we've presented. It's easy to use with its app and versatile for all weather with its drivetrain. Additionally, TrashCan doesn't interfere with the garbage truck arm standardly used to empty your trash bins, meaning that TrashCan seamlessly blends into the 21st century, and its intelligent design makes collecting trash a breeze.
TrashCan has 2 motors that are programmed and connected to our easy-to-use app. It uses chained snow tires because we all know how New England weather is. It has a sensor on the front because TrashCan won't be mowing anyone down. Because of our unique design, we have realized that TrashCan only needs to take... You only need to buy one no matter how many trash barrels you have. With its C-shaped claw, you pick up and drop off your trash can on the docking station located outside of your garage. Our app uses GPS and waypoint technology using sketching on an online app.
While TrashCan does have a competitor, our product is far superior for 3 primary reasons. First, you only have to buy one TrashCan device to take out as many barrels as you have. With our competitor, it attaches to the TrashCan, meaning for each barrel, you have to buy another product, which can add up quickly. Secondly, TrashCan is suitable for any type of weather, meaning snow and an icy driveway won't be a problem. Your trash will be at the end of the driveway right as expected. Finally, our product doesn't interfere with the garbage truck arm used to empty trash. This is important because it means you turn on TrashCan once and then you don't have to think about it again. Sharks, consumers are willing to pay to get rid of repetitive, monotonous tasks and simplify their daily schedule. TrashCan does this. TrashCan is the newest, most useful addition to your smarter home and an entryway into a huge industry. So, Sharks, can you help TrashCan get off the ground?
So the robot, at the scheduled time, makes its way over to the trash can, I'll call it. It connects itself with the C-hook, lifts it up a little bit, and then drags it to the end of the driveway. It then disconnects itself and goes back and gets the next one, brings it to the end of the driveway, goes however many times, and then it finally puts itself away until the end of the day when the trash has been emptied, and then it goes back and puts it away, puts the trash cans back.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, so that works as long as the trash cans are out in the open, meaning not in a shed.
We plan on having our docking station located outside the garage, so we have to have it be weather protected for weather reasons.
No, I was referring to the trash cans being in a shed.
Yeah. That's what I mean. The docking station will be outside as well as the trash cans.
But, I mean, it has to be able to figure out how to open the shed to get to the trash cans.
Yeah.
And some people have their trash behind a gate, which it wouldn't obviously be able to open. That's a whole different product, I understand that. I just want to get clarification that it's really meant for open space where the cans are and where they're going.
Yeah.
Correct.
And it uses the GPS to know the edges of your driveway or the distance to the street or what?
It uses, so we plan on having the app, and we're open to suggestions, but we plan on using the app so that if you've ever looked at Google Maps, you can like pinpoint the waypoints. So we plan on having some kind of sketching form so you can sketch the driveway so that the trash can follows the driveway. And we know that GPS is not necessarily super precise, so we'd have to find a more precise one. And I know there's a GPS known as Galileo, which I believe is like within 1 meter accuracy.
And what is your ask is for development cost?
$600.
I'm sorry?
$600.
600. And what do you estimate the unit cost will be?
100.
100. And your planned target price?
We'd sell it for about $300 or $400.
300 to 400, okay.
You realize that would be, $300 is like less than a mid-end Roomba vacuum cleaner costs. So it seems like it would be hard to hit that price target because you're talking about something that can lift, people put a lot of trash in their trash cans. And I think there are a lot of logistical things here, figuring out where the handle on the trash can is. And, sometimes the trash guy leaves the can on the ground, laying down and things like that. There's kind of a trade-off between how reliable this is, adding to the amount of work a person has to do versus just doing it himself. It's an interesting idea, but I think the technological hurdles are quite high in this idea.
So I have do either of you do robotics, understand the difference between IR, LiDAR, radar, different millimeter waves? Okay. So what is have you ever used a Roomba, let it understand how it does its navigation, all that stuff? Okay. So it seems like what you guys are saying is our biggest advantage, or one of them, is we're all weather. Okay. So I'm a little concerned that you're talking all weather and you use an IR sensor. Do you know why?
The potential of having the sensor break.
So you probably want to go and review your AP Physics or wherever you do this and understand waves and interference and even getting into optics. One of the hardest things to do, designing any autonomous system in all weather, like it's not just the advanced control system you have to have for when your wheels slip and things like that, it's the sensors that you need to have. So being able to use all parts of the spectrum combined with fusing that with images is, for the most difficult autonomous systems in all weather, that's what people use to do these things for safety, for other things. As Doug said, looking at these things for $300 is probably not reasonable.
So following on that, have you thought about actually simplifying it where the owner puts a peg in the driveway of a certain material that they hammer in and it goes down flush so it doesn't stick up, and your robot has a sensor that just moves along until it finds that peg and then it knows it's at the end of the driveway and stops. So therefore it's not looking, it's optically looking.
Yeah,
It's
even optics
looking.
are hard, right? We're talking snow and wind here. So I just think if the notions of all weather, when you start to talk about using different types of sensors in the spectrum, you have to combine it with other modalities like computer vision plus some like dead reckoning techniques to be able to figure this out. And I think the idea is interesting if you could substantially simplify it or constrain it. That's what we're saying. And then when you do that, what you have to then focus in, what is our real value proposition? Because, if you're trying to design something for all weather and things like that, you're getting into vehicle class kinds of things.
Yeah, I think the technical hurdles are quite high. Now you might have a rescue mode where the person could get in the loop and drive it as a robot, and I think people might actually like that.
Yeah, like assisted. Think of what could I do to make this completely assisted, so that you have some powertrain underneath, or think of those kinds of things, that maybe that's the first direction to go in, or but these having something that you're saying, and also another question I had is, you're talking about multi-terrains too, like some of the things you showed in your video, it's asphalt, but also other things. That's another huge problem that you'd have to figure out for building a control system for this. So I think if you could think about simplifying the idea, constraining the use case, it's a very interesting thing.
I think with your term all weather, if you take the stance that, well, we're assuming the person has shoveled their driveway in a couple days before, and so maybe we're talking this much snow, not a foot and a half or 3 feet of snow. And I think that's part of how you need to present it, is it not use the term all weather, but weather tough or something, that it can handle wind, rain, and maybe a little bit of icing or snow on the driveway.
Absolutely. We're completely open to changing certain aspects of our design. And going back to the idea with driving the robot yourself to bring out the trash, I think that'd be a great concept. And I think having the compatibility of both the autonomous piece and the remote control piece would be a great addition.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Game over.
Hi, my name is Jacob Parker, engineering graduate from Georgia Tech and inventor of Fingerflyer quadcopter drones.
Fingerflyer drones are an exciting new flight technology that inspire curiosity and imagination among people of all ages. Our patented flight technology allows drones to be controlled using onboard gesture sensors and the fingerport board, much like a hoverboard for the hands.
They can perform flips, tricks, spins, and be passed to other users for a shared user experience.
And I'm Erin Morrow, a middle grade to education major and inventor of Fingerflyer educational drone STEM kits.
Our drone STEM kits pair our new intuitive quadcopter drones with guided hands-on lab activities that make education engaging and fun. Each kit contains everything needed to assemble, explore, and operate our patented gesture-controlled drones while learning about the underlying technology, physics, aerodynamics, and manufacturing.
We have received great feedback from educators across the country and want to ensure each school has the same opportunity to learn about this new immersive flight technology for their students.
We look forward to further discussing how we can best serve your classrooms and invite you to visit fingerflyer.com to learn more. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ethan Kiersgaard, and I'm currently a freshman at Northeastern, and I'm also someone who graduated from Windham High School in spring of 2021. Now, I'm just here today to quickly talk about how the skills and experience I got from the capstone course with Mr. Kaplow that I took in my senior year, that you guys are taking now, are skills and experience that I honestly couldn't cherish more, and I'm so thankful that I got the opportunity to gain. Now, after tonight in Shark Tank, and you guys are going to do so great, I personally didn't, but you guys are going to do great. You're going to really explore 4 areas of engineering that you've definitely already started on exploring. I feel like they break down into coding, which software, we know what it is. Electrics, circuitry, which we do through Arduino, which is kind of, for those who don't know, just a circuitry product. You also have the actual CADing of products, which is making them on a 3D software that you can then either 3D print or laser cut the pieces to put it together. And then I really feel like you have overall just engineering design and workplace, or the field. And in college, it breaks down to be pretty similar. Now, my college experience so far has been along the lines of whatever Northeastern has offered me, which is our first year ends up being a general look at many disciplines within engineering throughout our 2 engineering classes within the first and second semester. Now, on top of those engineering classes, I'm also required to take, and any engineers who are planning on going into first year engineering at any school will also have to take a math, probably a different kind of science, whether it's physics or chemistry, as well as maybe an elective. Now, that math and that science, that is where the real brain power of your freshman year is going to be devoted to. But the engineering course is just as important with the skills, and that's just like another reason why I'm very thankful for this capstone course that I took, because it gave me the skills that I needed to be able to excel within this engineering course that I had to take. So I had more time to worry about my personal chemistry and math course that honestly put me through the ringer. And I think the best way to explain how those skills have transferred is to actually look at my first year engineering course. Our final turned out to be a culmination of all the different units in terms of stages within a board game. So the first stage had to be something based around a circuit, and we had to use Arduino, the thing that I got an outstanding foundation in within the capstone course. The exact same processes. In the second stage, we had to use coding, something that I also had to use extensively within the capstone course to make a stage for the user. In our third stage, we have to do anything with CADing. Now, I personally CADed so much within the capstone course, and I made so many 3D printed models. We're doing the exact same thing, but with laser cutting. It's a one-to-one skill transfer. And throughout the whole process, we were required to use the engineering design process, which we learned through a textbook, but that I already had a solid foundation in due to the capstone course, because I had to go through with a product that I cared about all the way through the year with trials and tribulations, learning along the way. And that experience is something that I deem priceless. Honestly, I couldn't be more thankful for the capstone course, and you guys are going to kill it. Cherish this opportunity, and honestly, thank you so much to Mr. Kaplow for letting us all have this opportunity.
Now performing for the second intermission is the WHS Jazz Ensemble. Nathan DeBrucker on trumpet, Avery Dyer on trumpet, Catherine Foley on alto sax, Brendan Furtado on baritone sax, Erica Lefebvre on drums, Kaylee Lefebvre on bass, Vicky Jaquez on tenor sax, Jacqueline Murphy on tenor sax, Avery Sawyer on guitar, Jacob Sensenig on guitar, and Ella Sanchez on flute.
somebody like to thank Pat?
Yes, I will. I'm going to do the thank you, Pat, thank your parents, thank your teachers. Right, so when they come out here, I'll do the thank you, Pat, students, thank Pat, thank your teachers, thank your family, and then we'll start.
Oh, so now they're showing.
Yeah. No, I think they're hot. Yeah, the mics are hot.
Check, check, check. All right, guys, welcome back. My name is Pat Caplow. If you don't know me, I'm the teacher for the capstone course, and I have a couple of things to say before we turn this over to the Sharks for the big reveal. First of all, let's bring the students out, and what an incredible job they did tonight. So let's just make another row and have you guys come up, so we want to see you too. Yeah. So we all know this is a really tough thing to do, to try to familiarize yourself with a novel product and then pitch it, right? And so this is the culmination of really much less time than you think. The primary purpose for the initial portion of the course in quarter one is largely skills development, and then really this is about 3 or 4 weeks old. And getting to this point. Before we turn it over to the Sharks, I'd really like to acknowledge the Sharks, the 3 people who spent almost an entire evening with us. And of course, they have exceptional backgrounds, incredible experience, and are doing this to support public education in science, technology, engineering, and math. And it is a really critical part of what we do depending on them. So round of applause for the amazing Sharks who helped us tonight. Not only are they supporting what we do in Windham, but also it turns out we have some industry supporters, and this is the first time I've shared this with the students. We have been awarded from the Samsung Corporation a $6,500 technology and supplies grant for use in our classroom F310 because of the work that you're doing solving real world problems. The name of the award is the Solve for Tomorrow Award, and it has everything to do with solving real world problems. So congratulations on that. Not only is the capstone class the state finalists, we're also now in a national competition for a $50,000 prize, also from Samsung, for solving real-world problems. And I think the stage is set. We know what we have to do, and pretty soon the Sharks are going to tell us which problems we'll be working on. So that's exciting news. Sharks, it's up to you now to let us know what you came up with.
Yeah, so before we begin, we wanted to make sure that Pat Caplow got a round of applause because this is truly incredible. So we've all been doing STEM for a long time. Some of us have been in school for a really long time. And we know that this isn't possible to get even where you are today, and we hope where you're going without the support of your parents and your family and everyone here. So please give them a round of applause too. the way we're going to do this is we're going to give some general comments around some of the ideas that didn't quite make it before we move into the ideas that did make it. And then for each of those ideas, we're just going to, each one of us, give some comments about why we thought that idea should go through. So I'm going to start with the general comments. So first of all, really kudos to you on using life experiences to generate your ideas. Even when I do patents today, I look back on something that happened a day before, something I'm doing right now, something that happened to me 2 weeks ago, and I generate patents on that. So having that really rich kind of intellectual playground of your life experiences to generate ideas, whether or not you ever make a product out of it, but just to continue in the patent process is a really great thing. So a couple things to think about, though, in these sort of ideations, the way that you're generating, should this be a product? So I thought it was really great that you guys tried to take a stab at surveys. I understand that was something you probably had to do. The bad thing is you're talking to someone who does data science for a living. So one of the most important things about surveys is really, really, really understanding your data set. Because if you don't understand that, even the questions that you ask can get you into really bad positions. And so sometimes where you're doing that type of survey and you don't really have a lot of experience on designing surveys and how to collect data, your best friend is going to be reading papers and going into a patent database and looking at things and understanding that. So just beware that when you're trying to do surveys, really try and start to understand, probability and statistics, what distributions mean, all those kinds of things to understand that and understand what bias is. So doing surveys of just your age group or just your gender or just your socioeconomic background is not really something that gets you necessarily towards getting an idea out to product. And the other thing that would have really helped me is, and I tell this to people who I'm mentoring to do interviewing or to pitch ideas for, very large research grants, is you have to make distinctions between knowing your audience, and they're all out there and they love you and they support you and they love some of your jokes, and knowing your evaluators. So it really would have helped me to see a lot more crisp ideas, nice visuals, better understanding of data. I think some of the things were to draw the audience in, and that's one way to get ideas going for an audience. We're really evaluators here. So those aren't, you have our attention just because we're sitting here. What we need to see are a lot more details. Okay? Thank you.
To follow on what Catherine just said, when you're presenting, and we all understand how difficult it is and how much work went into your presentations, but it is really important that you do it in a visual sense, meaning, yes, we're listening to your talking, we're trying to understand what you're saying, but if we can see it on the screen, and I'm not talking about real things, just renderings, drawings that are moving as you're talking, that are highlighting what you're saying, people will understand it much easier because they're trying to process what you're saying and they're trying to visualize in their head what it is you're thinking of. Whereas if you had drawings, renderings, whatever you want to call them, on the screen for everybody to see, they will quickly put your words to what they're seeing. And that means it's pacing what you're saying with the presentation. Okay? And it's not a word-for-word read. You don't want to just have words up there that you're saying. You want to have images of what it is you're trying to deliver, the product, the concept. The other thing is, as wonderful as the samples are, and we love them, the problem is we all get distracted playing with them while you're talking. If you want to do samples, you want to hand them out after you're done. This is what wants to be on the screen. This wants to be on the screen. as well as all the others. And then if you have samples, then hand them out. Because otherwise, we were all sitting here twisting and turning and looking and saying, wow, okay, how would we change this? And that's not what you want us to do. You want us to listen to what you're saying, to understand what you're saying, and be able to see the big picture. Because we don't need all the details. We need to see the big picture so then we can drill down in our heads.
I'd just like to comment that I think the process of the capstone course is very good in a number of ways, and it really resembles real life, particularly in that what you've done is you've looked at your own personal situations and found something that meant something to you, and that's extremely important in entrepreneurship, because if you're not invested in it and not passionate about it, you're not going to be successful. And so I think that aspect of the course is very instructive, and I think you should think about it as, whether you advance here or not, the experience should be, yes, you can have an idea and you can think about it, and if you're passionate about it, you can take it to the next step. And in that regard, this is a very lifelike process, and you should continue that, and it is genuine.
Is Mike who's reading the list? Is Mike reading it?
You guys are.
Okay. Okay. So who do you have first? Best in show, or?
You can name the 4 funded teams, and then one of those 4 will be best in show.
Okay, so I'll do that, okay?
So we're gonna name the 4 funded teams, and then we'll let you know out of those 4 who's the best in show.
Okay, so right now, we're just naming them. They're not in any order, okay? So one team is Vizilite. The next team is DriveSafe. The next team is PrintSplint. And the next team, and again, this is not in any order, just naming, is PropPillow.
Sure, and so the best in show is Vizilite. So we're just gonna give one or two sentences. So again, remember, know your audience, know your evaluators. So we're going to give 1 or 2 sentences about each of them. So Doug, why don't you go first with Vizilite?
Okay. So I think we all were very impressed with your presentation. There are many tiers to what you're proposing, and I would suggest that you take it in a staged approach and consider the suggestion that instead of starting immediately with recognition of the sheet music, which I think is actually a significant and daunting task in the time frame that you guys are trying to achieve, and actually look at something that venture capitalists are very keen on, which is a recurring revenue model of having a catalog of songs and things and just providing that. So that would be my input on that.
Yeah, I had the same thing. I think a catalog is also really important because it's also going to help you, as well as I don't think you should focus on the feedback right away, just do some policy or some kind of simple thing, because that really alleviates the pain point you're going to have of having to maintain a very complex app on both iOS and Android.
And I think both Doug and Catherine just said, it's very important to focus on the basics to get it started. You need to keep the big picture in mind, but don't get distracted by it, and tackle it one piece at a time. And the best way to do that is to create a milestone chart where you identify the key components, not pieces, but segments of each as you go forward, and determine how long each one is going to take, rank them as far as importance to getting completed. And that's true for everybody, but you know, it's very important. Otherwise, it's so easy to get distracted because something gets exciting.
So the next one we'll do is DriveSafe, and I'll start on that one. So first of all, we were pretty impressed that you had done some research on existing IP and prior art, and you also brought up just making sure, you know, that the fob, that you could make sure that wasn't, you know, something someone could get around. We like that you're trying to package something smaller. And, you know, the advice I have for you, having both lots of IP in the whole DriveSafe space with different kinds of things, is I think your target should be, and the way you should think about this problem, is how are you making a current kind of cumbersome interlock technology today, which maybe you need a special installer, you may need this, and how are you addressing just making that more usable within the same regulatory space? So it's not necessarily addressing that you want to have people make better ethical decisions or something, but just going after that space, you know, essentially building a better mousetrap for the same problem. So Doug?
Yeah, I think the regulatory aspect and working on people who are kind of a captive audience is an angle that might be quicker to yield than expecting people to behave better on their own.
One of the things I think you need to add to the product is a unique identifier to each box, because without question, people will be leaving the boxes on the table, at the bar, wherever, and then they're going to go back in looking for it, and there could be 10 boxes sitting there that all look exactly the same. So a unique identifier on each one, and maybe a database that you have, or the system has, that identifies the unique identifier with a name and an address, so it can always be returned. Because this person is in trouble if they can't get their car keys. I mean, yes, they should, you know, hopefully they should be able to drive, but if they can't drive even then, they're going to need their car keys at some point. So just something, I think that way people are more likely to use it because they're not worried about losing their keys or their fobs.
The next one is PrintSplint. You guys want to?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think we were all pretty impressed of just like the simplicity of it, and yet it was something that was really needed, right? So the kind of request from my side is you got to get that locking mechanism understood and focus a little bit more on your material selection. Like, what is it that makes this special? Like, is it cost? Is it rigidity? Is it, you know, do you actually want a little bit of flexibleness in there and stuff? So I would focus on that material selection. So Doug?
So one thing you had stressed in your presentation is that you wanted to be at parity price-wise with existing things. I think you've kind of identified an area that's been stagnant for a long time, and maybe you should consider going higher end and actually touting your features and wondering if people are willing to pay for it, and I suspect they are.
I was going to add to what Doug is saying is that one of the things you might want to look at is a version of the product that the doctor does the measurements, submits it, and it is custom printed and delivered to the patient. And in the meantime, the doctor puts on a temporary splint. And, you know, with commercial grade printers, you're not talking a long time. And it's not adding a lot to the cost, and yet you're creating a whole additional market because now the doctor's making some money, the printing company is making some money, Okay, and you're making some money because it's your technology. And at the same time, it's not costing the patient a huge amount of money. And that doesn't mean you can't have the CVS version of it, but doctors, I think, are going to be less likely to be comfortable having you go into CVS and randomly pick one of 5 sizes or 6 sizes or whatever, versus them suggesting the way to do it. And it's a good business opportunity.
And the last one is PropPillow. So I think this one, we looked at it under the view of, out of all these, this seemed the one that actually had pretty amazing volume to it, but with a slightly different positioning than you guys had. So our view was, you know, get this on Amazon, have it as a way for people to sit up at night and do things, right? That turn your bed into a Tempur-Pedic so you could do things. And so, you know, I think it's a good idea. I think if you can have it with that type of route to market and concepts, and then I think you have to get a little bit more on the design of, you know, some of the things Doug brought up of the way you want to have the different chambers organized and flexible versus rigid and things like that. So really get focused on maybe that being your route to market, and then you can focus the design on what you would need to go after that. Doug?
Yeah, I think, you know, there are a lot of little details, and you should, you know, definitely experiment and don't be afraid to change and you know, pivot towards these different markets. But definitely experiment with different configurations and find a combination that does what you want.
As both Catherine and Doug said, you really need to look at who the market is. If it's going to be the consumer space, for example, to start, then you might want to have a pillow that has, we talked about 3 bladders, and each one is selectively inflatable. So that way, if the person sprained their ankle and they just want to be able to put it around the ankle, so it's overfilled on the sides, on the edges, but the center is lower, or the reverse, it's their knee they hurt and they want their knee to be bent like this. They want to fill it in the middle. You want to provide that flexibility. It's not changing the product at all. It's just how you control what gets inflated and how much of it gets inflated. And then later on, you can always go toward the physical therapy space. But then you start running into the medical requirements issues.
So thanks again, everyone, for coming, and we'll get you guys home now.
Thank you.